Good morning, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. Is everybody online okay? Is everybody online? Y'all, is your computers, are they okay? Everything's good? Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. And the special council meeting of February 28th, 2023 will continue on March 2nd, 2023, should additional time be required to facilitate the deliberation of the proposed 2023 water and wastewater capital and operating budget, the proposed 2023 special projects budget, or the proposed 2023 operating budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes. So I'll look for an adoption of the agenda as printed. Councillor Warren. Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair, we'll deal with them accordingly. There are no deputations, and we have no correspondence. We'll move on to item 6, which is report corporate 2023-001, and I'll ask Mr. Taylor to give us an introduction.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council, and good morning, everybody. And this is the final sort of phase of the 2023 budget deliberations. We've had a number of touch points, either with the public, with funded agencies. You have provided feedback on the various budgets as well for questions and answers. The capital budget was deliberated and approved recently, and so this is the last sort of phase of the 23 budget process. As the Mayor said, there's 4 budgets that are in front of you today for deliberation, and there's an additional day that is scheduled should deliberations need to continue. So there's the water and wastewater operating and capital budgets. And you're going to hear from staff a brief overview of those budgets and that portfolio. And then you'll walk through that budget specifically. The next is the special projects budget. And similarly, there's been some questions posed. You'll walk through that budget. And then finally, you'll deliberate the overall operating budget itself. And there are decision units that are attached to that particular budget for consideration at the end of the agenda. So you should have 2 documents, main documents to guide you today. The first is the agenda, which has any of the supplementary pieces of information. It also lists the various budgets in the appendices and has the question and answers that were posed to staff over the process. The second document is the budget book itself. And we'll be referring to those sort of pages or sections throughout the day for simplicity. But I wanted to make sure that those 2 were highlighted, especially for those that are tracking these budgets remotely or the public are looking. Those are the 2 that you're going to be deliberating today. The report that's in front of you in section 6 really sets the tone. So it's asking or recommending that you receive those draft budgets, that you deliberate each of those 4 budgets as proposed or outlined today. And like the capital budget, there's a couple of housekeeping measures that are recommended within that particular report. The first is a couple of weeks ago when you deliberated the capital budget, there was an additional project that was accelerated in the planning, and the funding source at the time was recommended for debenture funding. You have the ability to draw from the capital contingency reserve in order to fund that. And so now as a follow-up, we're recommending that that funding source for that project be altered. Then you're not having to have additional debenture for that particular capital project. The last recommendation gives you an update on Blue Box funding that we received, and it was more than estimate. And so we're recommending that that particular grant funding, the additional, be put in a future reserve for that particular program. So that's the recommendations that are in front of you in Report 2023-001. And I'll pause there, Mr. Mayor, and certainly if there's any questions, myself or staff are happy to speak to it.
Questions or comments? Did the treasurer want to speak to this at all?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, actually, I asked Ron to speak on it, but I will say a few things. So we have done a long-term financial plan in 2022 with the former council, and in that plan, we indicated that our plan for 10 years was a 3% increase in the tax levy, plus a 1.5% increase for the infrastructure levy that goes directly to capital. So I indicate in the report all of the issues that we had to deal with in getting down to that 3%. Multiple check-ins with staff to make sure that they had provided for everything that they knew about, not anything particularly new in their budgets. So this budget does come in at a 3% increase. Helped a lot by interest revenue, actually, because it's a significant increase in the economic environment, so we were able to capitalize on that money in order to balance the budget to the 3%. So hoping you support the overall budget. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions or comments now?
So you'll need a motion for that.
Yeah. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Carolyn. Have the interest rates increased from our municipal loans that we get from the Ontario government? Have they increased at all? I know they were low rates at the time, but what are they running at right now?
Through you to the councillor. I actually received those rates just the other day, and I believe we're looking at a 20-year rate of about 4.5%. We were checking into it for the housing department to ensure that they had the accurate information. So for about a 20-year term loan is about 4.5% now, which is up considerably from 2 years ago when we were getting 2%.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you to Carolyn. So you used some of the interest to balance the budget. As we go forward, how much is left after you've taken that interest and put it towards that 3%? I'm just, for the end of the day.
Oh, through you to the councillor, you mean how much interest income is left?
Yes.
None.
So that was all used, the 3
All
million?
used to balance the budget. Yeah, down to 3%. I know you're trying.
For the end of the day, right?
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, do you want me to read the motion, or Councillor Smeaton?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, just a quick question for Carolyn. The $500,000 there with the capital contingency, we'll call it found money, bonus, didn't expect it. Is there any way to find out if other municipalities also had a similar windfall, if you will? I only ask that because on the landfill committee, for example, a lot of projects for the future, we're looking 12 years down the road. Let's just say incineration was something on the table. Not my suggestion, but it's in the conversation. Some of those long-term projects would require multiple municipalities to work together for a funding source of, $500 million for an incinerator, for example. So is there a way to find out if other local municipalities also had monies now sitting in a holding tank for waste management?
Through you to the councillor. I will start and perhaps pass on to Brian if he doesn't feel I'm clear enough. But the Blue Box grant funding, actually, I think this is the last year, or if not the last year, then the next to last year. We might get one next year. I have a whole list of municipalities who got funding, so I can send that to council if they'd like to see who got what. And I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was more than what they expected. It certainly was a lot more than what we expected. So I'm assuming that might be the case case for everyone, but it all depends on the amount of blue box recycling that they've done as well. So there's other factors that go into this rather than just a municipal population. But with the new producer responsibility coming in, I believe that this grant should be expired probably next year or in 2024 or 2025.
Okay, so I'll be quick through you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe I was overstepping anyway, and I'm just being new to this. Are those monies then, like I didn't mean to be disrespectful to Director Robinson perhaps, are those monies then just allocated to the senior staff and they figure it out, which is fine. I was just more curious if it was something that would be a dollar figure to, going to a landfill committee and say, hey, I wonder if anybody else.
Through you to the councillor. I'm not sure if, maybe I'll pass on to Brian, because I'm not sure if he knows about other municipalities or what sort of things. This is a regular grant we get, and we use it to balance operating, but I'll defer to Brian.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor and council as a whole, Carolyn's right. So that is just a standard grant that we receive. It is higher than we were expecting to see. Money is typically earmarked for those particular programs within waste. Because we completed the budget, had everything rolled into and determined ahead of finding out this additional money, the question is, what do we do with the money? So it's not necessarily allocated to senior staff to figure out. It's really brought forward to council for direction on what to do with it. In this particular case, there's recommendation on rolling it back into the reserve for future use.
Councillor Warren, did you want?
Through you to Carolyn. So in your report, one of my questions was, can we get an unaudited kind of guesstimate of where we are from 2022? And I think it was somewhere around 3 million, but you don't know until the auditors come forward. For all the years that you've been doing this, would 2 million be maybe a ballpark that we could work with?
Through you to the councillor. I would say that 3 million is a ballpark you could work with. I have been busy with budgets and haven't been able to concentrate as much on year end as I can, but I have been here a long time, so I do know where the ups and downs usually are. So we did come in, winter control, which is a big part of the budget, did come in over budget, which was anticipated as we went through the year, because it was heavy last January to March period. But looking at at what we have left to do with the year end and where I know things usually sit in various departments, I'd say 3 million's a good guess, and I think that's in the question and answer document. Okay. Yep.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else, I need a mover and seconder for the motion in the report 2023-001. Do you want that read, or are you fine with it? So, are you moving that? Moved by Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Warren. Charlie, did you have a question?
No, I was just moving the motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 7 on the agenda is the proposed 2023 water and wastewater capital and operating budget. That's page 168 and pages 171 to 176 of the proposed budget book. We have an overview presentation by Director Robinson, the treasurer, and our manager of corporate assets. So I don't know who's up first. Brian, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. Thanks for the opportunity today to present an overview of the water wastewater budget for 2023. I'm going to go through a slide that many of the prior councillors have seen before. The new councillors, I'm going to get into a little bit more depth just so they can get a little bit more history with respect to the water wastewater budget. So, what drives the water wastewater budget? A large portion of it is the Safe Drinking Water Act from 2002. So again, the purpose of the act is to recognize people in Ontario are entitled to safe drinking water. It is to provide protection of human health and prevention of drinking water hazards through control and regulatory requirements within our drinking water system. So Council will hear more about that on March 28th. There is a planned standard of care training that will be presented by representatives from the Walkerton Clean Water Association. So they will be here to provide a more in-depth review of the Act, the requirements and the obligations of Council with respect to safe drinking water. So, City Kawartha Lakes facilities. So we have currently 21 drinking water systems. Of those 21 systems, 6 are surface water, which means we're taking water from a surface water source. 15 are groundwater, being wells supporting those systems. Treatment, in the brackets there, so 3 City 18 contracts, so that's really the operation of those facilities. Although the city owns all these facilities and ultimately is responsible for them, we have entered into a contract for operational support of those systems. So there's 3 operated by the city currently for drinking water system, drinking water like the treatment plants, and 18 are operated under contract. With respect to those systems, there's both the vertical, which is the treatment, and the horizontal, being the distribution system. So we operate and control all 21 of the distribution systems within the drinking water systems. 6 wastewater systems. There are currently all 6 are operated under contract with the plants, the treatment systems themselves, and then the city operates all of the collection systems, which is the general operational maintenance of the sewer collection system. And there are 36 community wells that are also supported by our group. So the map that's on the slide there, I know it's really impossible to see. Everybody recognizes the general outline of the city of Kawartha Lakes. This map is just really being provided to show you the extent and diversity of where those systems are around within the city of Kawartha Lakes. They are quite spread out. Some of the systems, serve as few as 50 people. Other systems, several thousand. As of February 16th, 23, there are 13,534 water users within the city of Kawartha Lakes and 11,582 sewer accounts and users within the city of Kawartha Lakes. Again, so from the southwest, the Kings Bay system, up to the Kinmount systems, it's a very diverse and spread out system or system, so it's the operation of does come complicated at times. From a sustainability perspective, there are only 3 systems that we own that are fiscally sustainable based on the current rates that we're charging out. So there's always the discussion of subsidies and who's this Lindsay's paying for, Lindsay's subsidizing other areas, and vice versa. The other areas are subsidizing Lindsay. In this particular case, the Lindsay water, the Lindsay wastewater, and the Bobcaygeon water systems are actually generating the revenues to offset the costs of the other facilities within the city. So that's just a general piece of information. These small systems are obviously are difficult to sustain. There's cost to run a municipal facility far above and beyond a typical private system. So those costs are a challenge, and those 3 primary systems are offsetting the cost of all those others. So the 3 plants that we're running in-house, the Lindsay Water Treatment Plant, the other 2 systems that we're running in-house right now are the Manila and Sonia. They were brought back in-house a couple years ago as we continue to review and monitor the hybrid operating model that we have in place for our drinking water systems and wastewater systems. One thing of note within here is there is a legacy project development that's sitting in limbo kind of right now, and we've had multiple discussions with. It's the CCC Balsam development that does have both a water treatment plant and a wastewater treatment plant that will be assumed by the city when certain triggers are met, and unless we can have conversations with them to look at other options. So that is a flag that there are additional systems, additional costs coming forward within the drinking water systems. and wastewater systems. So the business units, who supports water, wastewater? So the user rate is supported by Public Works. Again, the primary function from my group is operations management. We run the facilities, the legislated component of it, the regulatory obligations are all managed by staff within water, wastewater operations and the plant operators themselves. They're all specially trained and educated staff that deal specifically with water, wastewater systems and the regulatory obligations of them. From engineering and corporate assets, there's capital construction that looks at a replacement, upgrade, and so on and so forth of those facilities. Asset management, again, dealing with the long-term life cycle replacement of those assets. They deal with capacity allocation, capacity measurement. They deal with development design, so new developments coming forward are reviewed through the development engineering division. And they also administer the service connection program within the city. Within corporate services, revenue and taxation, they deal with obviously the actual invoicing and revenues related to the water and wastewater systems. Purchasing supports procurement. IT services are supporting our needs within our plants. One of the larger investments you're going to see from water wastewater over the next few years is the SCADA systems and improving those and modernizing those systems within our plants, and people services obviously for higher recruitment and so on and so forth. So those are, it's not just Public Works, it's many branches across the organization that support this program overall. Water wastewater budget, so it's comprised of several different items. So we have operational costs, we have debenture repayment, so the city borrows money in order to complete those projects and some of the capital projects and is required to repay those, so that cost rolls into the overall operating budget. There's an infrastructure levy that's also contained within that supports the capital program within water wastewater. Again, capital and special projects is one of the things we're going to be talking about later on today as far as approval of. And then revenues from the users, so that again is coordinated and led through our Rev and Tax division and support of that. So there's many different facets and components that feed into the budget. For 2023, this is a breakdown of the operating budget. It looks at where the revenues come from, where the costs and so on are there. So salaries, wages and benefits are at 7% within that overall budget. And again, remember that there's a large component of contracted services, so if all those facilities were run in-house, that number would be significantly higher. Material supply and services at 4%. Contracted services, again, that's the largest component of that is the aqua contract, but there's many other contracts in there as well for hauling, the treated waste and other things to dispose of, chemical contracts, et cetera, debt, lease and financial, so again, that's 25% of the budget is the repayment of that debenture and so on and so forth, and is managed through that budget. And the interfunctional adjustments, again, are those interdepartmental costs, so there's costs allocated for corporate services, for IT, for people services, and so on and so forth that support that program overall. So 2022 highlights. We didn't have an opportunity to talk to you before when we were presenting about the specific operational activities within operations. So again, we had a successful audit of the city's quality management system, the QMS. We successfully maintained compliance with the drinking water quality management standard, the DWQMS. So both of those are programs that are led within the operational department to ensure that we remain compliant and have the ability to contain and or to hold a drinking water license for the city of Kawartha Lakes. Support capital projects. Again, there's been multiple water main replacements and capital projects within water and wastewater where operational staff are supporting those capital programs. And again, with the successful transition of the operation of Sonia and Manila, not without a couple of bumps along the road with respect to a well failure just after we took the system over, but we're moving forward and things are running well within those facilities now. Issued substantial completion for improvements of Lindsay Wastewater Treatment Plant. So that's a program that was being led through our engineering group. Council who do participate in that training on the 28th of March will get an opportunity to see those improvements at the Lindsay wastewater treatment plant. So that's some of the things that happened through 2022. So 23, directions and pressures. Again, we're going to continue to assess and review the hybrid operational model. That's going to be happening every year ongoing, just to make sure that we're at an appropriate place within our operations. We're looking at the treatment efficiency evaluation. So there's a THM HAA, sorry, that's HAA, not HHA, a program that's looking at the removals within the Lindsay water treatment plant. We're going to continue to assess and implement sewer surcharge program. So that's a program that's identified within the bylaw. We're going to look to put some policy and supporting management directions behind that program to make it more robust. Bulk tank installation. So we installed a caustic tank within the operational plant to drive some efficiencies and cost reductions within that program. So for those that aren't aware, caustic soda is part of the water treatment process. It's used to raise the pH in water as part of the treatment process. SCADA, mentioned that a little bit before, SCADA standards. So we have a plan document that has been established to look at how and where and why we should be reviewing that. The first thing is to actually put some standards in place and then to start to upgrade those facilities. It's a pretty substantial investment planned over the next few years. Pressures within the budget, chemical supply contract costs were seen through some of the renewals of contract. A lot of the contracts across the organization saw CPI increases at peak, as well as where contractors were looking for fuel adjustments related to those contracts. There was an increase in transfer to reserves, supporting capital, and again, CPI increases for contracts I just mentioned. So a lot of impacts within that budget. So, I went too far there. So that's operational. I don't know if there's any specific questions with respect to operations. If not, I can pass things through to Manager Found.
I think Councillor Smeaton has a question, and I have a couple of more.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. Just one quick question. It's a Ward 5 question. A lot of people have asked me to ask this. They see their billing significantly, part of it being the many different systems that we have. This is a Lindsay-centric question. So they feel that, there's all these multiple systems, and that's a result of high billing in some cases. Is there plans for down the road of becoming less systems, or even one system like Toronto, where in the city of Kawartha Lakes? Is that like a long range vision, or is it always going to be multiple systems and transfer payments and that sort of? I'm just curious about the philosophy of down the road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That's a very in-depth question. I could probably go on for a couple of hours on that. I will give you a very high level. We treat all of our systems as one system. So although the revenues and the number of users mean that there is a positive net overall budget for Lindsay, and if you go to the Kinmount system, for instance, there's a net negative there. We treat them all independently, so there's not necessarily a push-pull on money across the board. As far as reducing or combining our systems into one, geographically, it's impossible to combine them. But reducing or eliminating a system, there's significant regulatory requirements to go through a process to deregulate and separate and divide a system out. The cost would be exorbitant as well. We have reviewed that in the past in some of our smaller facilities. Haven't really been able to rationalize or justify that overall program, but certainly something that we wouldn't be opposed to looking at in the future.
And that's great. It just gives me a reference point for the public. I can say, they're great answers, and it's easier to have the expert explain it, and I can refer them to a spot because it is a very difficult answer, and I respect that. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have two questions. The first is, in situations like the town of Manila, how do you handle that cross-border town in terms of water and wastewater treatment?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that system is a City of Kawartha Lakes municipal system. It's within our boundary. We're obligated to operate that. So are you looking more at the financial piece or the operations?
The operational piece, so there's homes and businesses on both sides of Simcoe Road. The other side is in Durham. So is it a completely separate system on the Durham side that they look after, or is there some kind of...
I may actually ask Amber, Manager Hayter, to speak to that. I'm not 100% sure if what lines run across. I know that our system, I'm not familiar with anything across the road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the Manila drinking water system actually only services we'll call it the Woods of Manila subdivision. So it's only within City of Kawartha Lakes boundaries. The properties that would be within Durham region are privately serviced, so they would have their own wells and septics and stuff like that. So it's just our subdivision.
Okay, and is that the case with all of our border towns? Like I just said Manila as an example, so...
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any systems that service anybody outside of Kawartha Lakes. I know in the past we've looked at some systems, I think it was Kidmount in particular, entering into an agreement with the neighboring municipality, but it becomes a challenge for recovering user rates. So if somebody is defunct on their payment, we don't have the opportunity as a municipality to then put it on their tax bill to recover those costs. So it's I think a lengthy and legal agreement that you'd have to have, and there were just no, I think, appetite at the time. So, but right now we don't have any of those systems. Okay,
thank you. And I was just curious if there was some kind of collaborative agreement on delivering water, type of thing with one system. So but thank you for that. My second question is contracted services. I know there's in certain situations absolutely contracted services just makes sense, but there's an inherent markup with contracted services. Is there a plan, or you've been looking into pulling more stuff in-house to then lower the overall cost of the operational budget?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That, again, so I think it was in the Q&A as well. The city runs a hybrid model. So right now we have both contracted and internal services. And we do that to explicitly look for that balance of what is appropriate, what isn't appropriate, the cost efficiencies of those. We're going to continue to review that again this year if it makes sense and there's an opportunity to bring additional systems in-house, we will. So that it's not an easy yes or no question, but it is something that we review on an annual basis, and we'll make decisions. And before we do any of those things, obviously, we'll bring all those recommendations forward to council for their consideration and seek direction on those.
Thank you. You actually did answer my question. You're reviewing it on a consistent basis. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the question is on the treatment process efficiency at Lindsay. Just wondering, will that take more things that are not so great out of the water? Because it's a surface water feed. So I'm just wondering what that was.
So are you speaking about the project that was referenced within?
Yes, it's the treatment process efficiency, I think.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So specifically that is just looking at a cost efficiency. So we used to receive the caustic material in smaller containers. We're looking at a bulk system so that we can get a larger delivery, reduce the shipment costs, and then ultimately drive that efficiency. It's not changing the actual treatment process. Our treatment processes are prescribed, and they are as required within the Safe Drinking Water Act and on our drinking water license specifically. So again, there's no plans to change those processes through that particular project.
Through you, I just wanted to make a comment that with all the downloading of water and wastewater plants back in the day, that many municipalities felt that they wanted to contract out with Aqua for a safety issue. So.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up question from Councillor. from Councillor Joyce, just because I did raise the question too about contracting and the hybrid model, and with regard to contracting out of wastewater and water quality services. I know you had just mentioned that it was being reviewed on a consistent basis. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means, what that looks like?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, we have 21 drinking water systems, 6 wastewater systems, and all the operations of the horizontal delivery and collection system. So what we look at is whether it makes sense to run these facilities in-house, the cost impacts, we obviously know the contractual cost of those facilities. It's not as easy as flipping a switch and bringing that system in-house. We need to have resources. We need to have both people and equipment, and there's a number of challenges associated with those programs, as well as the long-term contract that we do have in place has obligations within those contracts. So typically what we'll do is we'll review them on an annual basis. If there's some warrant or merit to a business case to looking at bringing in-house, we'll review those. We'll bring the report to council, seek direction, and then continue through on this. That's exactly what we did through the last time when we looked at bringing the Sonia and Manila facilities back in-house.
Great, thanks for that. I don't think anyone's suggesting it's as easy as flipping a switch. I know these processes are complicated, so I commend you for doing that work on an ongoing basis, and we'll look forward to hearing more at council as that continues. Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions, so if you want to move on to capital, that's great.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it all right if I just present from the chair?
Absolutely.
My part's going to be very short. So next slide, please. Oh, I can do that myself. That's great. So this chart here gives a high-level breakdown of the capital component of the water wastewater budget being proposed for 2023. This is something that council has seen before in prior presentations. You see that we have our capital budget divided into a number of programs that correspond to specific areas, and that in the case of 2023, all of the proposed capital work is of a replacement or upgrade or rehabilitation nature. So none of it in this particular year is growth related. This chart divides the budget up in terms of the financing, and as I think we mentioned before, almost all of the financing being proposed for this year is coming from water and wastewater reserves, with a small bit coming from the capital contingency reserve. And maybe I'll just explain that small bit there, which is $100,000. The reason why that's there is some time ago there was a commitment made in that reserve for the replacement of water meters. Not exactly sure where it came from, but perhaps the city treasurer could answer that if there is a question about it. And so what we're doing right now is making sure that that does finally get used up for its intended purpose. So that's where that comes from. And I just note it because it is highly unusual to see a tax-supported reserve being used as part of the water wastewater capital financing. As I mentioned, I think before on previous occasions, this budget is about half of what we would normally do in this area, simply because a backlog of water wastewater capital projects has developed, and we're really looking to catch up on those projects while at the same time making sure that the capital needs that are the most urgent for this year are being addressed, and that any of them that are being deferred will be addressed in future years, so 2024, 2025. And again, what we try to do is look at the capital program in sort of 10-year blocks instead of annual blocks. And so in that sense, we can shift projects around. And because in the water wastewater area, a number of the investments are very long-term investments, that kind of shifting is really inevitable and is not an issue for our asset management plan. So I think with that said, Mr. Mayor, that would be my part of the presentation. Now, I think there is a slide on user rates for the city treasurer to address.
We got a couple of questions here.
Okay.
On capital, so we'll deal with those first, okay? Councillor Warren.
Through you. I was talking to Carolyn earlier, so just to be clear, so the tax part of it was for water meters? Sorry. I forgot to ask you that.
Through you to the councillor. Well, we've been doing this for a few years. The utility billing department has been planning a water meter replacement project for a long time. So a portion of their operating budget, 10,000, went to a reserve in order to prep money for this water replacement. We put it in the capital contingency reserve. When we were doing the budget for 2023, we realized there was the water meter replacement project, and so I said, oh, I have some money for that. So that's where that 100,000 came from.
So shouldn't that be part of the water and wastewater and not?
Yes, I suppose you're right, but 100,000 is, I know, not very material in my world.
I saw that and I went, well,
Okay.
okay. And just a general question, I guess, to Adam. Kawartha Lakes is so unique with our 21 water plants and 6 wastewater treatment plants. And it doesn't look like we get any big grants from the Ontario government. So going forward, should that be looked at? Because we are unique in Ontario, and that's one of the difficult things with amalgamation. So I will keep bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question, Dr. Found. A few years ago, probably 6, 7, 8 years ago, we received a grant to replace cast iron pipes. Has that been completed? Has all that work been done? And is that, are all those monies used up?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to yourself and council, yes, that program is complete. It was a multi-year program that involved multiple roads, multiple water mains that, as you mentioned, were of the cast iron variety. And now we're actually into a new grant program whereby we are continuing with the replacement of cast iron water mains in Lindsay.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the treasurer for her portion.
Okay.
If you could.
So we do actually, Adam's group works with consultant to prepare the water and wastewater rate study and long-term financial plan. In that rate study, it looks at what our current operating costs are out over a range of years, probably about 5 years, and also looks at what capital needs we need in order to ensure that the reserve transfers are sufficient to fund all of those, or a majority of those capital projects into over the 5-year period. And the water and wastewater rate study, with all that information gathered, has proposed a 3% increase in 2023 for the water and sewer rates. We do look at, when we go forward, we look at the capital plan and ensure that what is being proposed for the current year is actually in the plan. And if it's not in that year, we do offset that with reduced reserve financing or increased reserve financing if it didn't go forward in the year that it was supposed to. So the 3% encompasses both capital and operating expenses. I think that's it. Next slide. Yeah. Any questions on that?
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just a quick question. Is the 3% increase, we also have a tax support or tax increase of 3%. Is it generally the same year to year, or is this just a coincidence this year?
Through you to the counselor. It's more of a coincidence than anything, frankly. The water and wastewater rate study is really specific as to looking at operating and capital, whereas the tax rate budget doesn't have a study that looks at what's all anticipated. That's where our long-range financial plan came in. So 3% is adequate for the operating budget as well. It's just a coincidence. There's no linkage at all.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Just briefly, Mayor, I'm still back on the treasurer's comment, albeit offhanded, that $100,000 wasn't a lot of money. So I'd love to have the opportunity to have her clarify that. I'm still kind of choking a little bit over here on behalf of the people.
Apologies for that. Yes, okay. Yeah, it probably should have been brought out into operating in the tax levy portion, so we could look to replace that funding with water and wastewater and use the $100,000 for the tax levy. So I apologize for that. I never even really made the connection. It's just sitting in a reserve, and I knew it was for the water replacement program, so apologize for that.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Carolyn. On the users, the 3%, proposed 3% for the users, would that apply to the non-users as well? For example, on the way out to Oakwood or Omimi or Lindsay that are not using this, that have the infrastructure in front of them, but they're not using it. And the other question is, will this be area rated for those areas, this 3%? Obviously, it sounds like it would be, but just sort of a clarification on area rating on this charge, please.
Through you to the counselor. I made it clear in the report that I did, and I kind of wanted the opportunity to discuss water and wastewater budget. It is totally separate from the tax levy budget. There's no connection whatsoever. So it's only the users of the water and wastewater systems that get charged. In fact, when we amalgamated many years ago when I was here, the water rate is uniform throughout the whole city. So it's not like Lindsay pays less than Omimi or Kinmount. It's all the same rate. So everyone gets that 3% increase. As to those that have connections in front of their house that aren't using, I would have to defer to maybe the CAO to discuss that. I'm not sure of all the charges that go with that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so as Treasurer mentioned, it's not an area rated system. It's one system billed out entirely. Anybody that is within our mandatory connections bylaw and requirements, in lieu of mandatorily connecting to systems, there is fees and charges that are levied for that exemption. And that's what I think you're describing. So they would be part of the overall water wastewater contribution, but I'm not sure I would suggest that it's based on that sort of 3% across the whole system. But that's a specific requirement and charge fixed in lieu of connecting to the system entirely.
Just to clarify, that mandatory connect is a fixed rate. It does not fluctuate with if we raise water rates 3%, that fixed rate does not get raised 3%. It's fixed. Thank you. Councillor Warren.
For you, just to add to what Carolyn said, that back when amalgamation happened and we were debating whether or not certain water and wastewater plants that were functioning didn't need an increase, but help pay for all the other smaller ones. And it was a big debate because I know Bob Cajun had reserves. Lindsay didn't, but at the time, but they do now, and they help to fund everybody and to make it sustainable. Little places like Kinmount would not be able to survive without having this one way of looking at postage stamp type of billing. So thank you.
Thank you. So I need a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Smeaton. Seconder. Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on, we're now going to do the same thing we did with the capital budget. We'll go through the sections with your questions to make sure that your questions were answered to your satisfaction, or if you had something else you were expecting. So we will be starting on page 165 of your budget book. And there were two questions on that page, one from Councillor Joyce and one from Councillor Perry. Did you get adequate answers to your questions? Councillor Joyce?
Yes, on question number 5, page 168, adequate there. Sorry.
We're doing 165 now. We'll get to 168. Question 1 is yours on page 165. Has to do with this area not affected by the pandemic, yet expenses per system are overall amount.
Didn't print that one off, sorry. Questions answered adequately, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to page 166. And we have one question there from Councillor Perry.
I'm fine, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving to page 168. Councillor Warren, you had a question. Councillor Joyce had a question, and Councillor Smeaton had a question.
Well, I'll go ahead while Councillor Warren's looking for that. On question 5, I looked that up. Chemical supplies for water treatment is the supply chains around the world is just skyrocketing. And hopefully as things settle down, those prices will come down in the near future. Question 7, I'm fine with that. Professional fees, question 8. Sorry?
We'll stick with page 168 for now. And then we'll move on, okay? Well, yeah, you do, but. Question 4 is yours. Go. Councillor Smeaton, you have question 6. Are you okay? Go. Moving on to page 169. Councillor Joyce, you have 4 questions on page 169.
Yes, thank you. I'm fine with question 7. Question 8, taking the $40,000 of increased one-time cost to remove the old Woodville water treatment plant still means a 20% increase over 2021. So my question is, do you expect professional fees to go to more or less normal levels in 2024?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It's a one-time fee, so in 2024, you'll see a corresponding reduction of that budget.
Fine with question 9. Question 10, grounds maintenance. What do you mean by significant increase in winter maintenance? Because it's quite a jump over 2021 is of 84% in costs.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, so this isn't necessarily an increase in volume, it's an increase in contractual costs related to that operational activity. We've seen that across the board on multiple contracts. When you look at the number of events, the frequency of events, and multiply that by the increased costs, that's where the costs come from.
So where it's at now, that's the new level, and 2024 will be more reasonable in terms of an increase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the expected new norm moving forward based on the actual costs and contractual costs for that activity.
Thank you.
You're fine with that? You're good?
Well, I'm not happy with an 84% increase, no. But
No, well, none of us are, you know, so. Councillor Perry, you had a question.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a very brief point here. The question I posed was, can any of these services, for example, or some of these operations be done or moved in-house by the city with either existing staff or new hires? And I received the response, and you know, the response was there was a hybrid model, and that if there is some room for moving in-house, that it would be adjusted, and the report would be brought in recommendations to council. It didn't really answer the question, so I want to thank the Director of Public Works for his rest of his information, and maybe just a suggestion, you know, a little more content could go a long way in this process. So perhaps a little more information. This is just want to highlight that as one example of perhaps a little more information in the Q&As would be beneficial for all concerned, time and energy moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
You're fine now?
I am.
Thank you. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you to Brian. Given the cost of fuel and given the cost of insurance requirements for contracted services, at what point do the scales tip in favor of us buying plows and doing our own water plants and plowing them out? And we can tie this right into Mr. Shanks's division and doing fire halls and doing all that ourselves and buying a couple of plows, because the plow industry is just going crazy because of insurance and fuel costs. So where's the tipping point? When do we bite the bullet and start buying our own plows?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that's something that we can continue to evaluate. The challenge with that is it's very seasonal. So we can hire equipment, we can buy equipment, we can hire staff to perform that activity. Because of the seasonality of it, those costs carry through the year. So we've looked at it from an operational perspective within roads specific on the cost of contracting out a plow route, for instance, versus bringing that internal. They're very similar costs right now. The challenge being is when we contract out, we only get winter service. We don't get anything else. We don't get to use those resources for patching, for brushing, for anything else. So we are looking at that program of how do we continue to deliver that resource with the best fiscal resource in mind, and we're continually bringing in routes. We've added 2 new ones internally through the secondary route program through winter this year, and we'll take a look at the cost for these winter operations as well. Right now, we're not to the point where the costs warrant bringing back a full-time resource internal with equipment, but that's not to say that we can't partner up with some of the other groups and look at that citywide contract for services and perform it another way. So right now we're not there, but we're getting close.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, and getting away from the fact that you're doing your own snow removal and wastewater, and fire departments are getting cleared and community centers are getting cleared, so maybe it's time to get out of the silos and looking citywide at that, and I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to supplement through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a citywide contract in place that it's not necessarily a silo contract. It's a contract issued through the purchasing division that has many facilities. It has fire halls, it has city-owned buildings, it has parking lots, it has a number of things within that one single contract. The cost of those are allocated within the individual divisions, but it's not a siloed effort to get that contract in place. It is a joint effort amongst multiple divisions and departments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to page 174, Councillor Ashmore, you had a question about the Thornhill retaining wall. You got an answer, are you?
I did. I just had a quick question, if I could, to Director Robinson through you. Thanks for answering the question. This reserve is really critical to Lindsay. Obviously, it's one of the main water plants here, and well, one of the two. But when we reconstruct this wall, will it give the trucks more room to get up there, because it's tight as it is, and we've got a lot of water trucks that go up there, farm equipment, water haulage, and when we do this reconstruction of this wall, we've got the Bloom project really tight to it as well. So you have a lot of, sometimes the trucks have issues getting up there and turning around. When we reconstruct this wall, will it give us, will we be moving it closer into the building and giving the trucks a bit more room to maneuver around that corner?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, again, the design hasn't happened yet. So if that's an interest or a concern, by all means, you can flag that through to the engineering group. They can keep that in mind when they're going through the detailed engineering design of that new wall. I'm not aware of any requirements or push from the operational group to widen out that entrance at this time.
Right, thanks.
That's all the questions we had on the water and wastewater budget. So where we are now is the question and answer document for the proposed 2023 water and wastewater capital and operating budget be received, and that the 2023 water and wastewater capital and operating budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes be approved. Looking for a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Joyce. Do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Joyce, do you wish to speak to it? All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to item 8 on our agenda is the special projects budget. So we'll go to page 223 of your budget book. Yep. I misspoke, 233. I stand correct. Well, I guess I sit corrected. Page 233, Councillor Ashmore, you had a question on this special project on secondary plan expenses.
No, I'm okay. I just,
Yeah.
I think everybody wants to see these things expedited, and sometimes they hold up, well, not sometimes, all the time, they hold up development, and I'm fine with the answer there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smeaton. Thank you. I had a question as well on the long-term plan for the airport. I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you. Page 234, Councillor Ashmore, you had question 3.
I think Councillor Smeaton had a question. Thanks.
Go ahead.
On the airport, Mr. Mayor, I had a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Through you, I spoke with Director Rojas. I believe he's here on Zoom. Is he here? He said he was Zooming in. There he is. So he knows this is coming. We had a chat this morning, and this particular budget item was one that I had concerns about. I felt that it was something that could be tabled till November when we're doing the budget again 6 months from now. And the way it was explained, the $55,000, as I sent to council, there is an existing plan that previous councillor Luff had done an excellent job on. So we've had many discussions over the last month and a half with corporate assets and with with Director Rojas, and I think there's a few particulars that he said he was happy to explain that aren't just as generic as a plan, because my read on it was, well, we kind of have that, could we not expand? And he was wonderful at explaining a few of the intricacies that are involved within this 55,000, and we both agreed that it might be beneficial for a couple minutes, if that's okay, to hear what this actual dollar figure represents. Thanks.
Director?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So yes, I did speak to Councillor Smeenan briefly this morning. Just to elaborate on that, the airport, we don't call it a master plan, but it acts as a master plan. So it's a business plan. It's similar to all the other master plans that the city does. They're cyclical. So every 5 to 10 years, we need to update and refresh our master plan, just like we're doing the growth management strategy, the transportation master plan, the servicing master plan, etc. So it falls in that category of a cyclical plan that has to be updated between 5 and 10 years. I believe the last one was done in 2011, 2012, that timeframe. And the purpose of the business plan, the airport master plan, is to, again, update the needs of the airport, also update the assets of the airport. As you can appreciate, the airport has several assets that depreciate and need evaluation. So that's all part of the business plan, and then to accommodate potential future development and growth. The last master plan that was done did identify hangars, custom hangars and smaller hangars as well, and identified other tenants to be pursued, which we have done. In the next iteration, we are looking at servicing. So with the development of the tribute lands across the street of Highway 35, there is going to be potential to service a section of the airport, which right now limits what we can our land use, because the airport is currently on well and septic. The servicing scheme was always there long term, so then we'll reevaluate that as well, and other opportunities that may arise. It's important to note that it's not in the capital budget, because the capital budget has a 1 year to 18-month window to implement those requests. Otherwise, we're looking for an council extension for capital budget. That's why it's in special projects, because special project is more flexible in duration, and it is not tied to, it's tied to a study, which this represents. So I'm hoping that sort of summarizes our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Moving on to page 230. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question on that, for Director Rojas possibly. I spoke with Craig, being on the Airport Advisory Committee, around this figure, and will because like Councillor Smeaton, I saw there was a plan on the budget, and there's quite a thorough 80-page plan already in existence. Will that be used and drawn upon, included in this budget item?
Yes, absolutely. Again, I think the growth management plan is over 300 pages. So an 80-page plan is a fair size, but not by no means the largest one. We always use the previous iteration to update and reflect on the new plan. So when the airport master plan, business plan is updated, obviously we take the previous plan, modify it, see what has changed, and make improvements or new recommendations if required. And the plan will be vetted through the Airport Advisory Committee as part of its development.
Just for the record again, Mayor, I'm in favor of less pages, just for the record, for reports and things going forward. Thank you, Director Rohan.
Wasn't your last comment that you wanted more information on your questions?
Absolutely, and the two need not be conflated, Mr. Mayor.
Moving on, page 234, Councillor Ashmore, you had a question about body cameras.
Yeah, my question was that right now, as far as I know, I remember 10 years ago when I was on the Kawartha Lakes Police Service, they were asking for body cams, and I don't think they have them now, or do they? I'm not sure, but I'm just wondering, should we not be asking the Kawartha Lakes Police Service, because we fund them and the Police Service Board manages the police service, that they be the first ones that be equipped with these body cams before we pay for bylaw to have body cams? Just my opinion, but my question out there, but to council, but, you know, whether we should start with the police first, and then, once they're equipped, then municipal bylaw can come back to us, and if they want to get body cams, they can ask for it at a later date.
I think I'm correct in this, but Councillor Smeaton can correct me if I'm wrong, that the Kawartha Lakes Police Service are looking at getting body cameras. So I don't, whether one gets them before the other, I don't think is material. It's, you know, I think it's the way of the future, and they'll both get equipped in due time.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing against them, but I mean, I'm just wondering about if they're both going to eventually have them.
Councillor Smith.
In any way, this is a great example of apples and oranges. The police commission, as you would know, having sat on it, is an autonomous committee. We're being asked today, do we want to fund our bylaw officers with a particular product? The fact that someone else is deliberating when and if they'll use them comes, the only part of that piece that's at this table is, have we given them sufficient funds? And my understanding is that Chief Mitchell's more than happy with the funding model been provided by council. So
you're correct. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor's inquiry about body cams. Given the amount over the past few years of, I guess he said, she said attitudes that goes on with bylaw and bylaw complaints and bylaw investigations, I think this would probably be a great investment and put a lot of those arguments to rest, because I don't know what's being made up half the time. And so I think this, for the sanity of everybody involved and the integrity of everybody involved, I think it's be a great investment. Thank you.
I agree. Councillor Smeaton.
Just one further clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, is that the rapidity of data downloading is a significant feature here as well. So I'll leave it to Chief Mitchell to reply to Councillor Ashmore, but my understanding is that a significant reason for any processes being perhaps longer than another is there's a lot more involved with their body cams. The sheer volume of what they'll be recording and then the IT department's role in that process of body cameras is very extensive, whereas it'll be significantly minimal by comparison with ours, and therefore the actual process is quite a bit faster as well. So that was explained to me too as a possible reason why, again, apples and oranges.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I guess just a point of reflection on this budget item, in that, so we're not kind of doing things without thinking. I think it really is a sad state of affairs for human relationships and communities when we have to, you know, keep moving towards a video enforcement of our relationships and how we deal with one another. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. So we'll move on, Councillor Ashmore, if you're fine.
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Richardson, you had a question on Parks and Rec.
I do, and through you. Just a quick update, if I can ask Director Shanks. You know, this study is a hefty price tag, and I was wondering if can you give us just a quick overview of how we're moving forward for the next 10 years, as I recognize we are outdated with that strategic plan. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. So the councillor is correct. There is a current Parks Recreation strategic plan that was done and approved roughly in the 2006-2007 timeframe. So it's older than the 10 years now. It is basically our guiding document that we use when we're looking at the various aspects of parks and recreation across the city. That relates to facility management, facility operations, facility development, as well as all those things as it relates to parks, programming of services, volunteerism. All of that makes up the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. And again, we use that as a guiding document. It is a little bit aged now, so the intent is to update that. And because we are very much a singular municipality, there's not much comparison to us in across the province. Our strategic plan, and we're quite pleased with this when it was done 15 years ago, is it's not a cookie cutter. It's very specific to the city of Kawartha Lakes, and it does break out a number of items because obviously park management, as we're talking about parks, which was this question was about, park management, park volunteerism, those kinds of things are drastically different. Park uses is very different when you look at the northern part of the city compared to the very south, and what's required, what's needed, what the cost is. So it will spell out all of those things at a very high level in breaking it out into those areas. And in my answer, when I've talked about a next phase, because of some of the legislation that's going on with parks, Bill 23 DC uses, there probably will be a recommendation from that strategic plan talking about sort of a further plan as it relates specific to parks, not doing an overall parks master plan for the city with 140 roughly parks across the city. Again, we can't have one master plan, but it will spell out, again, some of those high detail items as it relates to parks, and it might look at specific to parks where we've got a condensed number of parks. So there might become a central parks master plan versus a south parks master plan versus a north parks master plan. So hopefully that this answer and the answer provided provides some information that you're looking for.
You good with that?
I'm good with that. It's and like you said, it's critical that we move forward with this, especially with the growth that is forecasted. And I recognize that, you know, some of it is coming out of the, well, most of it's coming out of the DC reserve. So that just shows that that part is so important for the next plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Ashmore, you had a question about Verillum Centennial Park. Are you fine with the answer?
Yeah, I did it partly, but I just wanted to ask a question through you to Director Shanks. Victoria Centennial Park is a nice little park. It's, if you're ever driving or cycling or whatever on your way to Bobcaygeon on County Road 24, it's been there since 1967. That's why it's called Centennial Park. It's really busy. It's getting busier all the time. It's well used. It never was, but it is now, which is great. Just want to know what the plan is when it says develop a plan, and also getting back to the washrooms. There were at one time a washroom there. There was bricks and mortar washroom. I'm just wondering, is there any way, even though we don't have like an infrastructure, wastewater or septic systems or holding tanks there, is there any way we could look at a bricks and mortar washroom facility there, you know, some sort of a new technology or whatever that could be used in the plan? Just a question for the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So again, the plan, as is suggested within the answer, it's a plan right now, or it's not even started. So there is nothing known at this time as to what it will incorporate. It will be, the intent is to do a plan that will enhance the property, the park, understanding that it is well used, and to offset some of the other enhancements that have recently taken place at that property. So now there's the bicycle maintenance servicing item that's placed at that through the EAB program, which they let out of Bobcaygeon. So there's been some enhancements, and we're looking at doing more. We are currently in talks with the various agencies as it relates to parkland on the waterfront. So with Parks Canada, with the KRCA, because we need to follow some of their guidelines as it relates. So we're having those talks with them. In relation to the washroom facility, yes, there used to be a bricks and mortar facility there. It has not been used. Well, it's gone now. It's been demolished. It was not used since amalgamation date. Before the amalgamation date, it wasn't used. Again, there's no servicing. So ultimately, even though the bricks and mortars, what it was a glorified outhouse. There are certainly legislations that would come into play now as it relates to the holding tanks that would be required and the proximity of them to the actual lake themselves. So it would be a significant cost to move forward with that. So based on the fact that our service provision for rural parks is through portable washrooms, the cost benefit of that compared to building a bricks and mortar is a significant difference. So it just makes more business sense to service rural parks with porta potties when it's required. Certainly what the plan may look at, and what we've done in other locations that are serviced by porta potties, both urban and rural, is we put up some kind of shelter style of facility to put the porta potties within them. So it looks better. That's in place up at Centennial Park up in the Burnt River area, in the Wilson Fields East property here in Lindsay. So the plan may look at that style of option rather than an actual formal facility.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Moving on, page 235. I have Councillor Ashmore and I had a question. Councillor Smeaton, do you have a question on 234? 235 on the Economic Development Archaeological Management Plan. Councillor Ashmore, are you good with the answer?
Yeah, I am. I just find it some rural subdivisions. I know of one on the way to Bobcaygeon. Don't mention it, it's a smaller one, but they had an archaeological study done. Just to give you a short synopsis of what happened, and 20 years ago, and thought that was going to be suffice, but then now they had to do another very expensive one. So I'm just wondering, would this money help those small subdivisions that are trying to get site plans tidied up that previous developers left them in limbo, and they had to get archaeological studies, and they did get one 20 years ago in this one example, and then they have to get another one at their own expense, which doesn't seem fair, but I'm just not sure who could answer that, but whether they could be helped in that situation.
Let's try Director Hawley.
Through you to the councillor. So what this money is going to do is give us an overall archaeological master plan for the entire city, and there's policies in the provincial policy statement that direct us to preparing those overall archaeological master plans. Which will sort of outline and identify the areas sort of throughout the city for possible resources, and we'll be working with the First Nations. However, we'll still be on a site-specific basis. We will still be needing to do more detailed work to determine whether or not there are resources actually present on the site. So this master plan will help steer that, will help guide it, but we will still need to do more detailed work on a site-specific basis. So if there's a development application, they will still have to do that to comply with provincial development policies.
Thank you. Like in this case, the First Nations, they were great to work with. They didn't ask for it. It was asked for by the provincial and our local municipal government that said they had to do it all over again. So I'm just wondering, maybe, like you say, it's on an individual basis, and we just do it like that, I suppose. So, but hopefully, we'll be able to help people out and not, burden them with more costs of archaeological studies, because they really are expensive. But like I said, they worked with First Nations. They were great, and that wasn't the issue. It was the higher ups in provincial ministry, I guess, that really said they had to have these new studies done. But anyway, I'll leave it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Yeah, just real quick, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess, to Director Hawley. It mentions that this is phase one's in motion and that this allocation of $100,000 is for phase two. Just the obvious question on the table, new budget coming up in 6 months plus, basically 6 months from now. Is there a reason this $100,000 couldn't, is there a chance that phase one will still be going on by November and this could be a conversation for then, or is phase two imminent?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think perhaps we should let the phasing sort of work out for itself, and then we'll come back at a subsequent budget deliberations, because then we'll have figured out exactly where we are in the process. Then we'll know more specifically what to ask for and to request those funds.
So are you saying, Director, that you'd be happy if we removed this from the budget for this year?
Well, we should leave this, I guess we should leave this in for now. I thought that the councillor was asking for additional money later on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, my interpretation was that phase one is underway, and that this allocation is, the answer here says that The funding is for the second phase of the study. Phase 1 is currently underway. So my question was, with only 6 months to go till the next budget, is it possible that phase 2 won't even, that we could remove this because phase 1 will still be being completed over? And I don't know the answer as to how long. I guess I'm basically asking, when is phase 2 expected to begin?
Sorry, thanks for the clarification. It would be good to leave this in, because then we'll have the money when we finish phase 1, and then we can start phase 2 seamlessly, rather than having to wait for the, if, say, for example, we're done in September, then we'd have to wait for the money to start the next phase. So it's better to leave it in the budget for.
And I understand that. So it sounds like the answer is that it's expected phase 2 probably will happen before November. At some time, we don't know, but to leave the money in is, sounds like.
CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just maybe a distinction is the special projects budgets are somewhat unique. It's not just a phased by project sort of approach. It's a financing approach to the overall project. So they don't always line up with phases of particular work, but it's a multi-year strategy that in order to smooth out these budgets, we would recommend a financing, for example, in this case of $100,000 over a set period of time to accomplish work over multiple years. And this would be an example of that. So if you're pushing it or pulling it out now, you're essentially changing that funding sort of program or model overall. And you'd be looking at more when the next phase is contemplated.
That's great. Thank you.
I still have a tough time with it. And I guess my thought is, why was there a phase 1 and a phase 2? And if developers and others are still going to have to do their own studies, I understand what you're saying is it's all encompassing for the city, and it points them in certain directions where you may be more likely to find items or articles. But if the developer has to do it as well, I'm just curious as to, why we would take it on. Now, you're telling me it's partially legislated, is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, it's correct. There are policies in the provincial policy statement that encourage municipalities to undertake these studies. So a lot of other municipalities are also undertaking them as well, just from a master planning perspective. So that's where this is coming from.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the city also does development. I'm just thinking back to the beach park and Bob Cajun and the holdup that brought. So it's not just our development community, it's also within house.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to piggyback on your question about being legislated, nowhere in the answer did I hear, yes, it's legislated. I heard the word, we're encouraged to do it through policy. So what side of the face is the government speaking out of when they bring bills like Bill 109 and stuff that put deadlines on planning and development applications, and our answer is to throw our hands up, the only answer I've heard so far, and say, I guess we're going to be refunding money. To me, that's the only answer I've heard in this chamber on Bill 109. I think it's Bill 109. Forgive me if I got it wrong, because there's so many bills being hammered at us right now. So why are we continuously being encouraged to just keep adding layer upon layer of regulation and studies and everything on the development industry, when on the other side of their mouth they want us to speed the hell out of it and get these things through? So I'm just totally confused by the whole planning world right now.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah, I'd like to know. The word encouraged to me is okay, they're encouraging us to do it, but on the other hand, they're hammering us with all these acts and bills coming through. So why would we take their encouragement, and why wouldn't we just tell them, no, we're not doing this until you guys give us black and white answer on where you're going with planning and development? So why are we wasting the money without a black and white answer on why we're doing it. And I don't like the word we're encouraged to do it at all from this provincial government. Thank you.
Director?
It's a difficult question to answer. I mean, obviously the province has a lot of policy that we're subject to, provincial policy statement, growth plan, and there are a lot of policies in there that we have to sort of work through. In some ways, it will help the development industry, but it's also supposed to be sort of more of an overall plan. It is also part of our work with First Nations to sort of help identify where some of these resources are and try to develop more policy in our planning documents as well around it. To get to the councillor's question, yes, the wording is planning authorities should consider and promote archaeological master plans and other cultural plans in conserving cultural heritage and archaeological resources. Not mandated necessarily through a regulation, however, it is part of the policy regime that we have to work towards. And we do have to have policies in our official plans that help promote and protect these resources. That is why we're doing these master plans, and there's a number of master plans that we're doing. It does help the development industry, but I see to the point, it is sort of different from the whole stream of Bill 109, which has very tight timelines on it. A lot of those studies, so if a developer does a study, they have to do it in advance of that timeline. And those studies are typically done in advance of us getting the application. Then we get the application, and that's when the clock starts. So I hope that answers the question adequately.
Councillor Gill?
Well, it does and it doesn't. And I appreciate the fact that, yes, it's got to be done ahead of time and with the timelines the bill's going to give us. So basically what they're forcing us to do without refunding everybody's money is to having no time in there for peer review of any of these studies, so they could hand us a sheet that says, yeah, there's nothing there. Then I guess this master plan is going to be there to contradict those claims that there's nothing there. So is it maybe to set up the fact that we're going to have no time to do peer reviews and stuff like that? I could go on and hours, so I'll just leave it with the statement that I just need some clarification going forward from planning and the provincial government, and if somebody could address these questions and stuff, and I know it's a big ask, and in the future, just what the hell's going on with planning, and that's just keep that at the forefront so we can have some dialogue with somebody from the province to see where we're going, because there's too many doors being opened one end and closed in this bill, and it's so confusing. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't disagree. Councillor Warren.
Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Hawley, so if we'd had a archaeological plan, would the beach park and Bobcaygeon have gone forward faster?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the master plan probably would have outlined that there's a very high likelihood of archaeological resources there, and you would have had, the city still would have had to do all of the different studies that we had to do. So if you find resources, archaeological resources, then you have to deal with those in accordance with the act. So it wouldn't have streamlined anything. It would have just probably outlined that there's a high potential for archaeological resources there. That's correct.
Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, just a comment, I guess, on the explanation to our question. It says it will streamline processes. So that's what people want. They want to streamline the process, but it doesn't just affect developers, small, medium, and large. I brought up the example of a homeowners association of 17 homeowners who have been saddled with costs and time and having to hire planners just to look after all these studies that they've been thrown at. It's just, I don't know, it seems to be going the opposite way sometimes. where we're not streamlining the process, we're making it more onerous, especially on these smaller groups. But anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, just to chime in on this about the public good and public interest there is in archaeological management, especially these days, especially given recent discoveries in Canadian history. And there's a role for the public and the public interest to play here, not simply the private sector developers. And so I just want to put that as a consideration on the merits of this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I was kind of echoing Councillor Perry's comments there. Just thinking about this in the bigger picture. 150 years of colonialism, basically bulldozing over everything. I think the $100,000 is money's well spent. Given today's climate, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify something? I by no means stretch of the imagination said anything indicating that I was not in favor of this archaeological study. So there, again, we've gone into some area that it wasn't even remotely what I was talking about. I was simply asking if phase 2 was guaranteed to be started by November. I was asking about the study is a given that it's a good thing. It was a question of whether or not the money needed to be spent now. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to question 7, which Deputy Mayor Richardson and myself, it's on the flood hazard identification and mapping. Are you satisfied with the answer, or go ahead?
No, and through you, thank you. This one I'm struggling with. I mean, our CAs have that core mandate where they have to have the flood hazard identification and mapping, and we use them. But is it under Bill 23 that we have to make a change? And it says that the city would not be able to conduct this work cost effectively for certain purposes. So what are those certain purposes moving forward?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So typically we've had KRCA do all of our floodplain mapping for us. They have the expertise in-house. When they do their field work, there's a lot of field work that is involved with this. They have all the equipment that is involved with doing all of the different measurements that they do. We don't have any of that expertise in-house. And so if we were to undertake that work ourselves, we would have to retain a lot of that expertise. Does that answer the question?
So this is basically just a partnership to continue with the CAs, right?
Yes.
Because the only thing the CAs can't comment on right now is, isn't it natural heritage under the new changes?
Yeah, they can't comment on natural heritage. So, for example, when essentially an environmental impact study goes to them, they really can't comment on the whole thing. They can comment on certain aspects of it that are within their mandate. However, floodplain mapping, in our estimation, would still be within their mandate, and so they would still be able to do those works.
Which is good news.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I also recognize that, half of it is being funded through a grant. So thanks. I'm good with that.
Did you want to come? I guess, Director, I just want to be clear. Are we taking this $150,000 as going to the Conservation Authority to continue doing floodplain mapping? Flood hazard mapping, or are we going to use it in-house?
To the mayor, that is money that is going to the Conservation Authority for mapping purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you, the Deputy Mayor asked about commenting and on heritage and such in Bill 23. So the other day I was in Committee of Adjustment meeting, and I apologize, I had a doctor's appointment and had to leave And I wanted to ask staff a question there, so I'll ask it here on commenting, as far as commenting goes. In one of the reports, the comments from the Conservation Authority were, we're no longer allowed under Bill 23 to comment on this, but if we could, we would have said this. Now, I found that highly unprofessional, and it's like, it almost went back to table talk and playing euchre in the crush hall at high school. Yeah, the crush hall, yeah. And you know, it's table talk. And so I want to know staff's opinion, because I couldn't ask it there, I had to leave. What kind of commenting, and will that be looked at, and will they be encouraged not to use that kind of commenting in the future?
To the mayor, through the council, to the councillor. Yes, that's something that we've encountered in a few other instances. And I think we're going to have to talk to them about that, and see whether those are comments that would be sent to the city, so that we can perhaps retain our own consultants to start looking at some of these issues. Obviously, we'll have to figure this issue out with them. But I think for now they're just trying to, I think, highlight some of those considerations. That's sort of how I take it. But you're correct, Councillor, they can't comment on this directly, and they can't enforce those comments.
Thank you for that, and I would strongly suggest they find a more professional way of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Hawley. If we give the authority more and the licensing to Conservation Authority, basically that's intellectual property that we're giving to them, and how do we, like, how do we get access to it? Once we give it to them, then maybe if we need these maps and intellectual property back, we don't have access to it. I know that I'm on the Agricultural Advisory Board, and there was an application, and just near the airport, a farm application, and they were told that they're in a floodplain and they had trees that had to be protected, but that's a 10-year-old map. The place was tile drained 10 years ago, so they were looking at outdated maps. But my big question is, will we be at basically the whim of Conservation Authority if we want this information and they have it? You know, we can't get it once we let it go. So we won't have access to it, in other words, or will we have access to mapping once we give our authority to the Conservation Authority? I'm not in an argument about Conservation Authority. I'm just saying that we need to have full access to our floodplain mapping. If we're going to spend this money, they should make sure that we have access to it if we need it.
Mayor, to the councillor, yes, we do have access to it. It is our mapping. It is prepared for the city. They are our contracted consultant in this instance, and we do have the mapping. We do put it onto our GIS layer so that it's visible to staff when we're looking for an inquiry or when we're looking to do pre-consultation. So the mapping is ours from that perspective.
Okay, so if say a member of the public has access to Purview or Geo Warehouse, somebody wants to look at a potential piece of land to purchase or buy or do something, just to look at it and see if a property owner wants to know what's on that property or what sort of regulations are attached to it. Do they have access to it? Unless they go through Purview or Geo Warehouse or go through the city or have to hire a planner just to get that access, which should be public access.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe the Conservation Authority has all that mapping on their website, and that's free for the public to access. They can also access it through us if we have a development inquiry. So we advise them that they're within a floodplain, and so the information is available out there to the public, free of charge.
Okay, so I know I won't go on this too much more, but I'll give an example where we were trying to correct this flood mapping on one road, and the applicant had to actually pay the Conservation Authority to correct it. So they're kind of stuck when they notice that something's incorrect. they have to pay for the correction, not the Conservation Authority or the city, but that's just, I'll put that out there. So we need to prevent that from happening again. So anyways, I'm okay with the questions and the answers.
Councillor Smeaton, you had something? So that exhausts our questions on special projects budgets. So I'll look for a mover and seconder on that the question and answer document for the proposed 2023 special projects budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes be received, and that the 2023 special projects budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes be approved. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. Let's take 10 minutes. And that's 10 minutes, not 11. So we'll move now to the operating budget and reserves questions and answers document. And we'll start on page 14.1. And there were a number of general questions. Is everyone fine with their answers to the general questions? Or did they have something that they wanted to raise? Councilor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Carolyn probably wants to sort out something that was said earlier, and I'm just giving her the ability to do that. Thank you.
Through you, thanks for that, Pat. I apologize, when we were talking about the 100,000 for the capital contingency reserve, I'm sorry, I've worked too much lately, and I think I'm tired because I didn't click in that utility billing is in the tax levy budget as at a zero tax levy impact, because all of the expenses and revenue, the net of that expense and revenue, is transferred to the water and wastewater budget. So in fact, that 100,000 was funded by the water and wastewater budget. So just wanted to clarify that there wasn't some sort of chain or connection between tax and water and wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one thing I wanted to say before we start, and that is there's a lot of side chatter and side talk going on in the whole chamber, and perhaps we could hold it until either after the meeting and not interrupt speakers, and so everyone can pay attention. It would be appreciated. Thank you. So back to the general questions. Are we okay? Councillor Ashmore.
Just a question, would it be on this, sorry, what number was it again? There were two more folders of questions here. There was 9.1A and B and C. So either one of those, or? 9.1A. Okay, 9.1A.
We're on 9.1A.
Okay.
At the beginning of 9.1A are general questions, and rather than go through each question, I'm asking if everyone's happy with the answers, or if there's anything they wanted to pull out to ask about or to make a point about. So I've got Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. It's more of a comment I just want to make at this time. I did ask a question about the overall increase in wages this year, recognizing that we do have quite a few new positions that are being put in. We have labor relations commitments we have to make. I just want to flag at this time that I think as this council moves forward, we really need to start thinking about market adjustments when it comes to our workers that are within the city of Kawartha Lakes. Out there right now, we struggle with retention and in training and whatnot, and those costs are going to keep coming around and around to us. It takes time to market and get these people in the city, but we need to keep them in the city. So I really think moving forward, we need to make some prudent changes and think about market adjustments so we create that retention so we can actually move forward, especially with the the growth that is forecasted. So it's more of an overall comment when I made my question, just to say that moving forward, we need to really be cognitive of this. And that's it. That's what I wanted to say for today.
Well, as you know, I agree with you that I really do think we have to look at all of our human resource package, and I believe there's a meeting coming up at which we will begin addressing those. So it is on the radar, and appreciate your comments. Councillor Ashmore.
Just had a question through you to Director Hawley on the first page about expediting zoning, site plan, and subdivision applications. Would this include pre-consultation applications? as well, regarding rush fees. If, say, for example, an individual or a group or a developer wants to put something forward, do they have to always pay a rush fee to get in the queue? I know that pre-consultation is around 4 to 6 months to get on a pre-consultation, and in some regions, like we're talking to a developer in Waterloo region, it's 30 to 60 days, and you're in the queue, and that's when your pre-consultation starts. But here, I mean, through no fault of our own, we've had people move on and people come in, and we're trying to deal with the workload. But you know, we are 4 to 6 months, and it's a little more than what other municipalities are as far as waiting time and getting things applications underway. Just wondering how we can speed that up.
Through the mayor to the councillor, so we don't have a rush fee for pre-consultations at this time. They are only for compliance letters, but certainly that's something that we could take a look at if that is the idea. The numbers are starting to come back down, so we are starting to see better response times for pre-consultations. I do admit that our response times, perhaps in the last year, were fairly long, but they are starting to come down, and we are starting to get back on top of that. So, but it's certainly something that we can have a discussion on for a rush fee for this.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to comment on Deputy Mayor's comments that when I was driving down here today on the radio, they were talking about many municipalities going to a 4-day week. So that's really apropos at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no more on general questions. We'll move to into the main portion of the budget, starting on page 14.1. Are there anything? There were 4 questions there. Are all the questions okay? Seeing nothing.
That was with 9.1 bracket C. So the question.
No, we're on 9.1A.
9.1A still? Okay, no, I'm fine.
The third page.
I have a question in C.
We'll go to 15.1. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm fully cognizant of Councillor Richardson's recent comments on retention and recruitment, but we still got to keep an eye on bottom lines. And if Treasurer Daines can comment on the benefits, and I'm fully in support of benefits, but we see a benefit, I'm going to call it benefit creep. It was 26% of payroll in 2019. It's now 28%. Is this something we can shop around for a when I was in the private sector, we always shopped it around and got a competitive deal from, sometimes as every year we're switching suppliers, but if you can elaborate on that, please.
Through you to the councillor. We did do an analysis on this, and I provided it to the CAO, so I'm going to defer to the CAO to discuss. Thanks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the question that was posed was about the gradual increase of benefits over a period of time. As you can appreciate, that benefits sort of package is made up of multiple sort of streams. So it's OMERS benefits, CPP, EI, health tax, group benefits. That was listed sort of generally in the response. Go ahead.
Yes, I understand that, but OMERS and CPP, EI, and health tax is all indexed to inflation. It's so taking that out is still have benefit creep. It lands into the group benefits.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so I appreciate that. Just sort of describing sort of the general sort of suite of benefits, and then within it, there's a couple of factors. There's obviously benefits increase with salary or overall compensation, but they also increase with the number of staff. And then they also increase or change relative to contractual commitments, collective bargaining, et cetera. So it's a combination of reasons, and then just cost of living, if you will. There is additional costs that we need to pay in any given area. The treasurer did mention we do a regular analysis in all of these different sort of streams. So, for example, health benefits, we would look at sort of our insurance package. We would look at regular updates. We would go out to the market in certain iterations to look for the best costs to try to retain or bring those levels down as well. So sort of multi-approach strategy, I'll say, to sort of maintaining that overall cost effectiveness of the benefits.
Okay, thanks. What I was looking for, we do shop it around for competitive pricing, the group benefit side of that coin, because that's what I was looking for. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smeaton and then Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just quickly, I had a question about licenses and permits, and I'm more than happy with the answer. I just wanted to say, take this opportunity that at 4 o'clock today, there is a meeting in these chambers on short-term rentals. The reason I bring that up, I know it's not, doesn't sound like budget, but it is. Councillor Perry, myself, Councillor Joyce, we were all able to, at Roma, digest and invest in information in this. And I just think that come November, this will be a far less innocuous question. So I'm just encouraging all constituents who are watching this and anybody who maybe would watch the YouTube tomorrow or through the next few weeks, I think that today's 3 hours will be extremely important for future budgets.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. When is the next collective agreement with the union with the city?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess first as a clarification, we have a dozen collective bargaining units. So there's constantly bargaining that takes place. Usually there's 2, 3, or 4 in any given calendar year. The largest that I think you're asking about is QP Inside and Outside, and those contracts expire year end. So we are mobilizing to start that next set of discussions and negotiations for contract renewal starting next year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Yes, I just turned the page. I have more questions on page 15.1. Number 16, I just want to apologize. I meant to strike that question, so I misunderstood the line item at first. I thought it meant vehicle and equipment fuel. So how much was a portion of vehicles, how much to fuel? I understand it's the whole fuel, and I meant to strike it. So sorry for that. Satisfied with the answer on advertising. Digital advertising has gone up tremendously, and that's where the direction we're going. So what I really want to talk about is the corporate training. Now, I'm all for one for training. In fact, public or private sector, when you cut training, it's just very short-sighted. You become less competitive in whatever market you're in. It's very important. But in 2019, and I jump back to 2019 because obviously we're going to have a jump in training after pandemic years. That went down. It had to. That's just the natural process with a pandemic, as we found out. So we spent $150,000 in corporate training in 2019, and we're budgeting $275,000 in 2023. Yes, we need more corporate training for retention and recruitment. It's still a lot of money in comparison. So I'm really struggling with this one.
CAO.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the explanation of sort of the dip in training sort of during pandemic years, I think was explained. In my mind, 275,000 sort of commitment to corporate training would actually be a modest investment, relatively speaking, in sort of that staff and refreshing the corporate training program. It transcends not just new staff, it's an attraction tool to bring on and recruit and retain new staff. where we're supporting that. It also is broad-based corporate training that we're revisiting. So whether it's expanding on the tools for our corporate leaders, we are reinvesting in our lean training with all employees. And I think these particular training sort of modules, if you will, or whatever the case may be, are quite frankly very good targeted investments, both citywide and within individual departments, to maintain that sort of level of competency and training throughout the staff.
Was lean, I can't speak, were we doing lean in 2019?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were doing lean training in 2019 and even prior. We've been expanding that program even through the pandemic. It was one area we were able to maintain some training so that we could bring more staff in. It was traditionally focused on a few or some staff, and we've broadened it out even for all new recruits and orientation. So there's quite a bit to it. And then, of course, there's other broad-based corporate training and development like Truth and Reconciliation, which is something that was sort of new post-2019 and gets incorporated into these overall corporate training budgets.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there a measurement program on this training in terms of retention and recruitment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this time I wouldn't have a quantitative sort of measure of it. It's, as I'm suggesting, particularly during the pandemic years, and it was mentioned we were struggling in certain areas to attract and then to retain certain staff. And so part of it was expanding out on the training portfolios where we were able to do that in a pandemic environment. I would suggest that that investment was a good one in that we were able to retain in those areas or accelerate our attraction. But in terms of sort of actual numbers, that would be a follow-up analysis I think we would need to do probably even after 2022 in its entirety, just to see what post-pandemic numbers are returning to.
Thank you. And do we do exit interviews when someone leaves the job? Okay, that would be a good measurement there too. Is in the exit interview well, I didn't get any training. Might be an answer. So I'm just looking for measurement on this in some way, shape, or form that we are getting. It's a good investment. I do believe in training is a good investment, but there's also you can do too much training or send people to the wrong conference and you're not getting a benefit. So this has to be measured and spent wisely. So thank you.
Go, Councillor Smeaton.
Just briefly through you, Mr. Mayor, I also had a lot of questions about the importance of training and so on. I had a good conversation with Director Robinson, which led me to the treasurer, and I just think a point of interest, since this is, well, not point of interest, wrong 3 words to use in this chamber, a point of interesting fact, information, yeah. On page 79 of this exact budget that we're in, under people services, the second line is materials, supplies, and services. And within that is actually quite a, Carolyn, sorry, Director Daines, am I correct? It's about 140, or is it $140,000 perhaps, was the number we talked about this morning?
No, that's $225,000.
So $225,000 there is actually available to many different departments within our city for their employees to go through their directors to seek possible PD and programs and different things. So that was a neat education for me, certainly not a rebuttal. If anything, it's an encouragement of Councillor Joyce's sentiments. But that was interesting information for me to figure out that we actually do have quite a few programs in departments for people to take those next steps, not just the money we're speaking to in that question. So,
thank you. Councillor Perry.
Briefly also, I think we have to remember the context of providing training in relation to constituent demand. We've all heard how there are expanded, increased services, increased expectations, not just for the quantity of services, but also for the quality and expertise of services that we provide to the public, which to me makes a public demand case as well, to make sure that we have trained public services available.
Thank you. There's nothing more on general questions. We'll move to the budget summary by department. Tab 2, there are a number of questions on page there are no questions on page 19. The next one is page 23. Did you have something, Councillor Joyce?
I thought we were going page by page, so 16 was the next page after 15.
Did you have something on that?
I jumped ahead before, and I didn't want to jump ahead again.
Go ahead. What do you got on 16?
I have several questions.
Well, you remember that this is a roll-up, so you're going to see it in the individual departments
And
as
I'm
well.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking at my notes, and I'm satisfied with all the answers given, so we're good. Thank
You're
you.
good? Okay. So I'll go back. Page 23, which is corporate items. And that includes page 23, 24, 25, right through to page 29. So how are we with those? We had questions on pages 23 and 25. Everybody good with those questions? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And briefly, I think to the Treasurer, just in response to my question regarding the city and HST, thank you for the answer. I just want to make sure we clarify. So the city isn't leaving any HST recovery on the table, correct?
Through you to the councillor. Actually, we do contract audit firm to come in and check our HST, and very rarely do they find any money that we've missed. It might be some new legislation that comes in that says that a certain supply will not be taxable, that maybe we have taken the tax, that kind of thing, but very rarely is the amount very large that they find. So I think we're doing a great job.
Good to know. Thank you very much for that. And also, if I could, Mayor, looking at the grants question, it's from the answer, and thank you for the response. Operating grants are applied for within the department. It's with the Assistant of the Treasury, and capital grants are part of the job description for staff and capital assets. My question was more, though, is there a dedicated person either within those departments or within the city that is constantly looking out or keeping an eye out for grants, or are we satisfied that departmental expertise or job description is sufficient?
Through you to the councillor, I think I'm going to defer to Adam Found because he is that person in capital assets division.
Oh, we're in trouble now. I mean, geez.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So we in corporate assets do have a dedicated resource for this purpose. It's not the only task that this position looks after, but part of the position is to remain abreast of capital grants, especially major capital grants, and then to also identify those that would make sense for us to apply to. So that task is constantly ongoing.
Thanks for that. And so I'm just assuming other departments, say Parks and Rec, or say, other services that we provide, is there like a constant vigil for grant funding, or is there someone dedicated that has this on their plate to make sure that grants are found and applied for in all other departments?
I wish I could tell you that there's a plethora of grants out there to apply for, but we get lots of emails from various committees, or not committees, but associations that we're on that do give us opportunities that are coming up for grants. AMO for one, MFOA, which is a financial association that I am in. And there's also, there's just countless amounts. We get grant emails all the time. Is someone sitting there searching for grants? I don't know if there are in those departments.
I'm just wondering if that's systematized, and it sounds like it's prioritized. I'm just wondering if it's
Yes.
systematized, the identification, and then the kind of the triage and then application.
I'm not sure if there's specific people. I'll defer to the CAO on that, but I'm not sure that there is.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so as the treasurer said, it's predominantly department driven, and it's also sort of from our either associations or direct levels of government will send us operating grant opportunities as well. We triage that through our senior management team, actually, and we sort of raise it as a issue on a weekly basis if there are those opportunities, and then we look at assignments outward in terms of how they would be tracked. There is staff in the Treasury area that would do the coordination effort and the sort of financing component of those in partnership then with usually a liaison or lead department. So it is very much prioritized and regularly addressed through our established systems.
Any instances of oopsies, like oops, missed that one? I mean, that happens sometimes to all organizations.
Through you, I can't recall an oopsies moment recently.
I'll have them, Mr.
But again,
CAO.
as the treasurer mentioned, though, there are hundreds, literally. They're not always sort of conventional grants as well. And so I'm sure that there's some opportunities that are missed there. But I'm quite confident we've got a number of sets of eyes, either in-house staff or external, through our sort of partners, volunteers, and they are constantly raising these opportunities to us, and we have the machine to be able to address them.
I'm sure no one has thought of grant funding before I raised it this morning, so thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So we're moving on to page 39. Everybody okay with the answers to the questions there? That's in the CAO portion of the budget. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to the CAO. This is a question from Councillor Warren. It's a good question, but I just wanted to ask for some clarification on the answer to the director, talking about seeking legal advice through the Integrity Commissioner or independent legal counsel. If you have a question, I know that the Integrity Commissioner says, I don't give legal advice, you seek your own legal advice, but I don't see in here about the city solicitor, whether a member of council can ask our city solicitor a question. Is that something that can be asked to the city solicitor if a member of council has a question? That it don't have to go through the chain of command at the Integrity Commissioner. It may take a while for them to get back or whatever, or you know, incur the cost of seeking out independent legal advice. Could they not just ask our own city solicitor, or just question?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just start generally. So the IC is a resource for individual council members to get advice and some direction. It doesn't constitute official sort of a legal counsel or advice, or legal counsel, but it does, that individual is there to provide you with guidance. In terms of our internal city solicitor and legal services, the city solicitor is council's counsel, not individuals. So we wouldn't be able to give, the solicitor wouldn't be able to give individual advice, but could and does quite regularly to you as council, as a body, on advice and recommendations.
That's fine.
Thank you. There are, so we're in the CAO's department, and it runs to page 49. Is everyone satisfied with the answers to the questions they asked in that that, in those areas. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I want to zero in, this is again on staff board training again. I recognize the answer that we get a higher volume of training in election years. And I see in 2020 we had quite a bump from the previous year. And again in 2022. But the budget for 2023 is not going back down. It's not an election year in 2023. So shouldn't that be going back down relative to the actuals of 2021? Went from 44,000 to 100,000, and it's budgeted 99,000. Shouldn't that be going down to around 50,000 for 2023 in a non-election year?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, 2023, I would actually consider the election year. You had an election technically in October of 22, but the required sort of training and onboarding actually takes place into the 2023 budget. So that's one. So I consider that sort of year immediately following as when you would see a spike in specifically board training. And that's what this line item is specific to. It's coordinated through the clerk's division. And again, so it's a combination of that cycle as well as the training requirements themselves. So we've expanded on what boards or certain board members, even volunteers, require training for. And that's reflective in an increase in that training, especially from what I guess would be 2019, would have been the last, again, election blip, if you will, or onboarding of a new council and committees. So that essentially is the rationale for the 2023. I would expect that it would smooth out in 24, 25, and 26, and then spike again when we're onboarding new committees and potentially several new council members.
Yeah, if that's fair enough, and that makes sense. It still begs the question, we don't see the actuals for 2022, but it still begs the question why 2022 is so high now in terms of budget. But we don't have those actuals, do we? So, yet. Moving on to advertising. So advertising is a 2022 because it's to cover the election, which was in 2022. And it has dropped in 2023, but nowhere near to 2021 actuals in a non-election year. I was hoping for a bigger drop in advertising.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my general comment would be, again, I don't think 2021 is a great year to benchmark because of the limitations on service in that given year. So yes, we were still running ads and advertising, but I don't think the actual in 21 is a good reflection for 23 in terms of post-pandemic sort of budgeting. So that would just be a general statement. And I think I'm just looking for which line item the response was there. Certainly costs, it was mentioned in a previous general question, how we advertise as well. Costs have changed, they've increased, there's different platforms to advertise through. So it would be a combination of all of those that's really resetting the budget post-pandemic.
Okay, thank you. It's just a line item that over the past four to 5 years has really been ticking up. So it's something to keep an eye on. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question was on page 46. You mentioned a wide range of sheets, so is this the right time for that? It was regarding the bylaw officers, and more than happy with the answer that's provided. A lot of chats around the table with people. I just want to make sure, since this item is here, that we are doing enough for bylaw with everything coming up. And Councillor Yo had a comment earlier too that tweaked in my brain, I don't recall, but just about in general, like this is becoming a really heavy area. And 8 full-time, I guess to use Councillor Joyce's last words, keeping an eye on it, you know? I think this council's more than happy to support in any way. We're seeing a lot of demand, like a lot of demand. And I'm really interested this afternoon from 4 to 7 to hear what's said about the short-term rentals and all these different things. And I just want to make sure that we are satisfying, that people are getting everything they need in bylaw enforcement, weekends, evenings, different ideas being discussed, that sort of thing.
I've had many discussions with Manager Sloan, and he assures me that when he needs more people, there will be no equivocation. He will let us know in no uncertain terms. So I take him at his word, and I know he has plans going forward. So I don't know, CAO, did you want to comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe more of a general question was mentioned sort of earlier on. Certainly top of mind is recruitment, making sure that we're meeting service levels post-pandemic. So I am planning sort of and through People Services, an update to council on just overall sort of what are our recruitment sort of numbers, what are our staffing numbers relatively speaking, where are areas that we have consistent and regular vacancies, et cetera. So that's sort of the bigger picture, and you'll be getting that update in the coming months. In terms of this comment, though, specifically, I think, you know, again, it was outreach through that manager and in other sort of areas where you may be hearing that there are staffing shortages, recruitment barriers, et cetera. I think there's maybe a balanced story to be told, and what's in the budget for 2023 proposed, at least currently, meets the org chart requirements to meet the service levels. Doesn't mean that there's not other things that we need to put attention to, but bringing it back to sort of the MLEL, we've done a number of strategies to try to retain that 8-officer complement and make sure that they prioritize sort of service. And I've also been assured that they will be able to meet the base service levels that are expected. Not to say that there won't be conversation in the future, especially if council adopts new programs, new licensing regimes, et cetera. Obviously, that comes with a enforcement resource, but in the current conditions, based on the service level that you've set, the complement is sufficient.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and I think, thank you very much, CAO, because exactly what I was looking at. I mean, the more pressures we put on bylaw by, you know, passing certain components moving forward, the more staff we need, so we're servicing all those complaints properly. Can I just go back quickly just to maybe make a comment regarding the advertising costs that Councillor Joyce had? I worked in that business for 31 years. And every year there's an impact of increases. They never go down, because when you're speaking about your internet, it's your provider that keeps going up, and those costs are pushed down. When you're talking about print, the cost of print keeps going up, the labor goes up. So no matter how we look at it, I have never in 31 years ever seen us have a decrease starting a year out. We always had an increase. So I know that's where it's being passed through.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. But we're looking at increases of 30 and 40% yearly. So,
and that's exactly what happens. It's the material cost, it's the labor cost, it's the, you know, shipping cost, the delivery cost. Everything goes up. So I know that regardless, it will just continue to go up.
Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just back to short-term rentals, which will be a big thing today, later on. And a lot of people in my ward, it was a big issue. And the one-stop shopping model of now we have a hub here at City Hall, I'm just concerned that if somebody has a short-term rental issue through bylaw in Rosedale, by the time that it filters down into Lindsay, it'll be maybe too late. So have we looked in the last few years about actually decentralizing and making more hubs at the service centers, we used to have we had building in the service centers, but now we don't. And we never did have bylaw, but it was talked about years ago. So that's just a concern that I have with having everything centralized. So something to look at going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Is everyone satisfied with the answers to the questions they got? Going up to page 49. Councillor Joyce?
Yes, this actually relates to page 45, Clerk's Division, Materials, Supplies, and Services. I recognize quite a bump in 2022, again to an election year, but 2021 actuals 45,000 to a budgeted 64,000 in 2023. This covers general office supplies, equipment, postage, printing. That's a 40% increase in 2 years. Seems excessive for what's involved.
Would you like to address that, Madam Clerk?
So a lot of the materials and supplies has to do with paper. So there was a paper shortage over the last few years, and then the cost of paper increased significantly. The Clerk's Division actually provides all the photocopy paper for the entire City Hall. So it's not just our division. Materials and supplies, I think, in general, have gone up in costs. But also, it's also the post-election requirements that we have to make sure that we comply with the Municipal Elections Act. Again, postage, etc. So I think it's just the increase in costs, but it's paper that is the bulk.
Thank you. No more printing. Okay, thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, maybe just a clarification, I just want to reemphasize, like the actuals in 2021 are in a pandemic year entirely, and so some functions stopped operating. 2022 is a budgeted line item. The expectation when that budget was created in 21 was that we were going to be in a post-pandemic state. So it established a back to spend to 2019, and now we're seeing 2023 is actually slightly less than 22 budget. So again, I just want to flag it. I mean, I appreciate the questions, but overall, using 2020 actuals and 2021, it's really tough to sort of quantify. And then the time frame from 19 to 23 has another sort of layer of inflationary costs or just changes to practices. So it's a tough sort of comparative, but I understand sort of trying to do the base benchmark. But I would suggest that that area, and I know there's other questions similar, it's hard to compare what actually happened in 2021. Just general comment.
Yep, thank you. And I fully respect that. There's certain items like postage is not subject to supply chain or but paper is. So I got that answer. I had to ask that question. It makes perfect sense. There's supply chain issues with paper. There's, and now that makes sense. But I have to ask the question.
Okay. That's the end of the CAO department. Sort of. We'll move on to community services. And we'll start on page 52. It runs from page 51 through to page 67. So Councillor Smeaton.
Real quick, Mr. Mayor, through you, I found this a very valuable answer, so I'm going to ask Director Shanks again. I think it's worth hearing. I was confused, and I don't mind admitting it. On page 52, it said continued restoration works of the old jail museum envelope, and my brain quickly went to the capital budget and all the things that we'd already spoke to at capital. And do you mind, Director Shanks, just you gave me a nice clear explanation as to why we would see this in the operations, and if that seems obvious to everyone else, I apologize, but it was something that I felt was really worth keeping in mind all the way through. Does that make sense, or am I putting you on the spot? We just had a quick chat. I called you and said, why wouldn't this be in capital?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, sorry, and I remember the call, but can you just refer to the page number within the budget?
I would have told you ahead of time if I'd even thought of it. I just saw the highlight now. It's page 52 of the budget, and it's in one of the budget to priorities. Yep. It says, yeah.
Gotcha.
Is that okay?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So yeah, it's not within the actual budget line items. It's in the budget to priorities. So I think the misunderstanding was that because we were dealing with the operating budget today, that everything within the budget to priorities dealt with the actual operating budget. I know within community services, and I believe other departments as well, in their budget to priorities pages, it does talk about items that are outside of the operating budget. So certainly the last bullet point there, continued restoration works of the old Gale Museum envelope. Those are projects that council previously endorsed through the capital budget, both the $400,000 through a 10-year plan for the structural updates over a $4 million need, as well as the $450,000 for the property itself, from the parking lot, the courtyard, as well as some of the properties here. You'll also see other areas within those bullet plans about the implementation of the overall capital plan, the city trails master plan, and implementation. So these are budget priorities based on the overall service levels that we in community services provide in all of the divisions, whether it's capital, whether it's operating, whether it's special projects. So hopefully that provides the answer to that and the overall overview of what the budget to priorities are.
Thanks. And again, rookie question. I didn't mind asking, but it helped me when I heard it from him before. So
thank you. Any other questions for community services? We go from page 51 to 67. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. The rents and insurance building and property. I asked the question, please explain this massive.
What page are you on?
Sorry, page 66. So actually, let me turn to the page itself as well.
Go ahead.
So we're beginning to lease the 322 Kent Street as a home base for public works and engineering. Well, according to my math, that's roughly $400,000 per year to lease. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I believe it's closer to $250,000, $250,000 for the rental of that property. I'd have to pull out the lease agreement, but I'm pretty sure it's closer to $250,000.
And that's a property we combined, Councillor. We used to, the Public Works and Engineering used to be at Peel Street. Peel Street? Yeah.
Yep.
And we got rid of that building. We stopped leasing at that building, and they took over the quarters that had been occupied by Human Services when Human Services moved to 68 Lindsay Street, which is a building we own.
So, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, that line item is a roll-up of all rent and insurance payable. So $250,000 approximately would be attributed to the one facility, but we have others, and it runs through that building and property budget.
Okay, I was just trying to do some quick math on the other 150,000, but I can see that now. Okay, thank you.
Anything else on community services? Going once. Okay, we're all good? So we'll move on to community services, corporate services. And that runs from page 69 through to page 87. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to, I believe,
Can you give us a page number?
Oh, yeah.
when you
Sorry.
start?
Page number 73. It was actually a question by Councillor Joyce, if I could ask it, if it's okay if I can ask another question. All right. Through you to corporate services. Regarding, this sort of stands out here as well, these licensing agreements. I'm specifically the JDE. JDE runs our case management system. It's a company out of, it's Oracle. They're out of San Francisco. And so we pay them, I think, close to $500,000 for that company to run our software system, our customer service system. Is there any way we could eventually wean ourselves off this expensive JDE software licensing agreement, and maybe we could have our own in-house system? I mean, we have some very qualified people in IT that could maybe look at this. I'm not expecting this to happen overnight, but how long are we locked into this JDE licensing agreement, if you had that available? Thanks.
Ms. Daines, are you up for this?
Yeah, through you to the councillor. JDE is actually our full accounting system as well, so it's just not the customer service portal. So we have spent a considerable amount of money to implement JDE back in 2017, and we have been using it since that date. So I don't think there's any plans to move away from JDE at this point. I'm not sure if there's contracts in place for licensing. I suppose if we wanted to get rid of JDE, we'd get rid of the licensing, but there'd just be another ERP system that we'd have to build and get training on and implement as well. So, and I will say that the JDE system is a very good system, and we're quite happy with it.
Okay, so if we have any questions, we contact Oracle, the company itself, or any, if we have issues, like, do we deal with them directly, or how does that work as far as the programs that we offer? Basically, they run the whole, they're very important. I mean, they're critical, this software that we're paying for, and it's based out of that company, Oracle. Nothing against Oracle, they're quite a a big company, and they're all over the world, but they're based in California and Silicon Valley, and so we're dependent on their software to run our municipality, basically.
Through you to the councillor, that's correct. That's what happens when you contract a company for software, is that you're required to pay their software licensing fees, but also they're required to support us going forward.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I got two questions.
Can you give us a page number?
Page 73. It's or 74. It would be the line item technology contracted services. As you can see, it's really climbing up high and rapidly. There's good answers to the question here. So my two questions are, with this new plateau, and I know it's hard to predict, but do you anticipate 2024 being more of a modest inflationary type increase, or do you anticipate yet further big hikes given the current landscape? That's my first question.
Sorry, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we saw a spike or an increase in tech contracted services during the pandemic. It was partially because of resources, and so we were leaning on certain contracts to maintain or expand, as it was already described, certain services. I would expect that it would somewhat flatten in future years, but I would also suggest or temper that with there are some technical sort of expertise and services that we still will lean on and require externally to help us support and expand on our enterprise systems and various systems. So I'm not sure I can give you a sort of definitive, but I would suggest that there was a significant increase during the pandemic as a way to respond and maintain our services.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. My one comment in that is, given the current landscape, cybersecurity obviously is very important. We've seen what happened to our local hospital. So that is something we can't cut back on. I'd almost like to say no expense spared, but I can't say that. Did I slip out? My second question is, a lot of contracted services that's really climbing up. Can we pull some of that in-house as we go forward to save money there, to have in-house people do what contract? I know, and I recognize we can't. Our contracted services are absolutely necessary in many, many instances, but can we start doing more in-house?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I mean, there's always, again, I think it was talked about in a previous, that sort of business case for what is appropriate in-house versus external. I would just generally say that a hybrid approach or having both has served the city well, and I think it's done it cost effectively as well. I don't think it's as simple as sort of just bringing it in-house and assigning it, especially in this IT environment. Very often it's specific expertise related to sort of software or hardware, and it's hard to find those skill sets in individual positions. So, but having said that, our team in general is quite talented and does support, maintain, maximize a lot of these services. But I honestly don't believe that contracted services are going away. I think we need to maintain that sort of balance. I'm not seeing sort of a dramatic shift to in-house. Again, I think where we're at right now, other than leaning on contracted services when we had some staffing difficulties, is going to remain sort of in its current structure.
Thank you. No, I fully recognize contracted services will always be there. It's absolutely necessary. But a similar question to Public Works is something that we can review, and as a particular area looks like, hey, we can hire somebody full-time to look after this now. We don't need a contracted services. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you. Is there anything more for corporate services? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to development services. Starting on page 89 and running to page 101.
Okay, never mind.
Councillor Joyce, give us a page number first, please. You're good?
Yes, sorry, I'm good. I had a page number there, but it's all good.
Okay. Councillor Smeet. Did you have a question, Councillor? Anything else in that portfolio? Okay. We'll move on to engineering and corporate assets, starting on page 103. And running to page 113. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. I know this has been asked by Councillor Perry, but it always comes up in not every department, but interdepartmental charges. They vary. With respect to engineering, what would they be in engineering if just generally what these charges are? Because they are significant charges when you look at all the pie graphs and everything in all our departments, most of our departments. What does that comprise right now? And what will it comprise next year?
Director Rojas, did you want to take that question?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So specifically for engineering, interfunctional adjustments or interdepartmental charges is basically the equivalent staff time charged to capital. So if you look at page 108, you have, sorry, let me try to find it. Yeah, so at the bottom of page 107, the first line is staff salary and wages. And those are the wages assuming nothing gets charged to capital. So we know that's not true. We know that we do a lot of in-house design, in-house inspection, contract admin, and when you go onto a JDE system, you either have to charge it to a JDE PO or a salary and wages. So the way we run in engineering is that we have to budget the salary and wages, the 2.79 million budgeted for 2023. But we know a lot of our staff time is going to hit a specific capital budget. So we don't want to double dip. So then when you go to the page 108 at the bottom, interdepartmental charges of 1.278 million, those are approximately how much time we're going to spend directly on capital. And then we don't double dip. So the salaries code isn't charged, but the capital budget is charged because we do it in-house. And that's reflected on the actuals. You could go back to 2021, you can see the actuals for wages was 1.6 because that's what we actually charged. And the interdepartmental charges are down to 87,000. So again, it's a best guess, but the net, the delta between the salary and wages line minus, or I guess in this case, plus the negative interdepartmental charges is our net total. I'm hoping that makes sense. So the whole point of it is not to double budget both on salaries and then ignore that we've budgeted already at least a portion of it in the capital program.
You're not going to be understood if you keep using engineering speak like the delta, so.
I was told there'd be no math.
So it pertains, through you to Director Rojas, it pertains to the capital budgeting process, the time spent on the capital budgeting process? Just want to make sure I got that right.
Correct. Correct, because the way JD is set up, it's cost-based. So just like an engineering firm or a legal firm, we when it comes to capital, we have different codes if staff spends time on capital in the field, in design, in contract admin. So instead of charging the salary code, we charge that specific capital project. It allows us several things. It allows us to understand how much time staff is spending on design, contract admin, or inspection. It then allows us to see if that time is used efficiently and helps us project what the future labor costs for those elements are in the future. Again, but the whole point is that we don't double budget, because if there was zero and the interdepartmental charge is a revenue, it's a revenue from our capital. That's why it's a negative number in this budget. If that was zero, then we would be ignoring the revenue coming in internally from capital. Again, specific to engineering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else under engineering?
Do you want to finish this up before lunch? Lunch is here.
Okay, well, we'll finish engineering. Anything else on engineering? So, seeing nothing, lunch has arrived. So we'll come back at 1:45. Is that fine? Everybody good with that? Okay.
sort of how he does it and an open space area.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order.
They'll stay. So Doug, sorry, so for the next one, for emergency.
Okay, we finished up with engineering and corporate assets, and we'll now move on to emergency services. You'll recall that both Kawartha Lakes Police and the OPP did their submissions to us, and there was an opportunity to ask some questions at that time. I know there were a couple of questions, and they've been answered. So hopefully that there is nobody here. If there are follow-ups or updates, there's nobody here from those services who can answer any questions. So anyway, going forward, we have, that runs from page 121, or sorry, 115 to 125. So of all your, Councillor Joyce.
So to clarify, I had a question, but you're saying I can't ask the question because there's no one here to answer it.
Who were you going to ask the question of?
Kawartha Lakes Police Service.
You didn't send one in for them, did you?
I had one for page 124.
Okay. And you're not satisfied with the answer they provided?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, try it.
Should I throw it out there?
Sure.
All right. So it's the line on material supplies and services. When we take into account the grant-funded program and victim services of $100,000 and new uniform supply expenses of $44,000, this line item is still 38% higher than 2019. Now what's missing though is an org chart, so if there's some new hires from 2019, then it can fit, but otherwise it seems quite a bit. You know, in 2019 we spent $495,000, and we're budgeting $826,000 4 years later. It's quite a jump. So I just wondered if somebody could fill that in.
As I said, there is nobody online to do it. CAO, do you have any thoughts?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so where we could, we tried to get responses sort of sent out to funded agencies. I know KLPS did respond, so in the Q&A, they talk a little bit about some of the areas. The only other, and I can't quantify it per se of the numbers, but there is some new staffing that would form part of that and sort of the supplies that go along with it. But beyond that, if there was a concern with the budget request for this year, you'd have to kick it back, or we'd have to look at it through that organization.
Okay, I'll follow up. And as a sideline, I think training should be a separate line item, within the material supplies and services. That's just me.
We can ask them to do that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. So when the KLPS did present on the agency's day, it's not entrenched in the budget, but they did provide an expanded breakout of their operating budget request. So I would refer to those materials, but then certainly if it still doesn't answer the questions, even we can follow up on your behalf with that respective agency to get those other breakouts, if you will, in their budget.
Thank you. And again, an org chart, you know, if there's new hires, and there probably was, that would help explain a lot of this too. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else in that section? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to tab 11, which is Human Services, starting on page 127 to page 144. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So 102, 132.1, I asked what is the time horizon for a new building, a new
Speak into your mic, please.
New long-term care building.
Yep.
So, I mean, it was on the horizon a long, long time ago. So I'm wondering if it would be wiser to actually do a rebuild and, you know, updates and upgrades. That's my question.
Director.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually glad you raised it sort of as an issue. So years ago, there was we were working towards a rebuild of Victoria Manor, and it was the timeline at that sort of time was 2025. We did get some clarification from the ministry that that is not a set timeline for municipal homes. And so we've updated our financial plan accordingly. And it was a significant sort of shift because we were looking at tens of millions of dollars for a rebuild. And that's rising. That's actually 3 digits now in some other municipalities. In the interim, we're going through a review to determine the current condition of the home and looking to see if there's a life cycle extension that we can do for a substantive period of time while we plan and finance for a rebuild sometime, hopefully 10 years down the horizon. So that project is actually active this year, and we will be coming back to council with an update on sort of what is the life extension of the current facility and what would that capital plan look like over the next 10 plus years.
So I understand there was monies for upgrading long-term care in the private sector. So has that changed? Is you have that, and then you have the through the municipality. So has that funding changed? Why has that funding changed from back when to now? I guess that's a political question. I guess that's unfair.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the funding model hasn't changed dramatically. It was never sort of sufficient sort of years prior. All I'm suggesting is that the model previously, it was assumed that we were required by legislation to rebuild to a sort of facility by 2025. That's been clarified, and that is not a requirement of a municipality. So in lieu of that, we're reassessing the current what I call a B-plus facility. It's in great shape, but what would we need to do to extend the life of it in its current sort of condition for the next 10-plus years? Capital financing for these rebuilds is not obviously entirely provincial anyway. So the municipality in these rebuilds expends significant dollars for capital. So again, that model hasn't changed much from what you're referring to in the past, but how we refresh or redevelop or rebuild will change. And so we're doing that homework this year, and we'll be able to advise council what that looks like from a capital perspective.
So if, let's say there, funding came through from the federal government through into the province, like a whatever, so that could change everything to actually do a rebuild and a refurbish. So, okay, thank you.
Director, did you want to say something?
Yes, just to add to what CAO Taylor said through you to Councillor Warren, in 2018 it was the redevelopment program where the D and the C beds were to be redeveloped. That's where the financial funding component came into play. So all those homes that actually were sitting with D beds and C beds need to redevelop to A and B beds, and our home is at that standard already, hence why we got the approval to not have to go through that redevelopment process at that time. So.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have two questions on Ontario Works.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 136. The two line items, material supplies and services and contracted services. So I'll deal with contracted services first. And actually, with respect, the answers don't jive with what I'm looking at here. In 2019, contracted services actuals were $56,000. And if you use 2019 as a baseline year, as a 4 years since, to where we're at, budgeted for 2023 is $185,000. That's an average of $32,000 per year increase, average. I just really have areas most affected: snow plowing, dental benefit administration, building maintenance, repair. Yeah, these costs increase, but it just seems to be out of whack with everything else, like really high. And if we can help explain that, and what will 2024 look like?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Joyce. I'm not quite sure exactly what else to offer you, given what has already been said too, and Carolyn's waving her hand at me, but certainly our services have increased over the course of the pandemic. Things were in a different state from a service delivery point of view. Snow plowing has significantly gone up. Our dental benefits through OW administration has also gone up, and those are contracted services that we have to contract out. I guess, Carolyn, if you wanted to add to anything else on that around building maintenance and our costs with that.
Through you to the councillor, I just want to confirm that we're on question 106. So I know I'm speaking to the right one. 107. Okay. So what happened in the book, if you were looking at the 2019 budget book and doing these comparisons, 2019 actually had 68 Lindsay Street, the building, all the maintenance and all that, under community services. So then when we reallocated all over to human services, we brought the full budget back in. So now you're looking at major increases, and you're comparing to 2019 actual that wasn't even there when you looked at the 2019 actual. So that's the
And
reason.
that would explain the 300% increase
Yes,
in 4 years.
exactly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew there had to be something there because it wasn't making sense.
would this also play into the material supplies and services under Ontario Works? Same situation, it's 154,000 in 2019 to budgeted 225 in 2023. It's just, it seems like, I know the pandemic and all that, and I've factored that in, it just seems like a lot.
Through
in
you
4
to
years.
through you to the counselor. Actually, materials, supplies, and services includes utilities, so there would have been utilities on 68 Lindsay Street that wouldn't have been in your 2019 budget book, but are now in 2023.
Can I continue to another page or stop there?
Just a sec. Councillor Smeaton and Councillor Yeo, did you have questions on the same line items or different ones? Different ones? Go ahead, Councillor Joyce.
Okay, on page, whoops. Sorry, I still have the old 138 here. I'm at 138.1. Childcare, material supplies and services. Just a question, what will 2024 look like? Do you have an idea on that?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Joyce. No, I don't have an idea on that right now because CWELC is the first, we're just rolling into that first year of office administration for that program. So 2024 will be a baseline in which we will monitor going forward to be able to then project forward in our 2024 budget.
Thank you.
You're good?
Yes, I know I'm on that committee, but we've only had a couple very, so I need to get in more in depth. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, on that note, just a question about CWELC and the dovetailing with the money. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the grant money that's up, and we're referring to when Minister Lecce was in and the announcement that was just made on February 7th. So this is to Councillor Richardson's question. So when that money does roll out, are we talking about the same end of the rainbow, if you will? So is this, the money that's up here is going to the same thing that the CWELC is going, or are they separate possible projects, separate childcare projects, separate buildings, or are we talking about the same end result? Am I making sense? I guess what I'm asking is, will CWELC, when you get the funding from the ministry, the new announcement that was just made, is it possible that some of this other grant money will be left over, or is it already going to be decided where all these things are going?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smeaton.
Sorry.
So I'm assuming you're referring to question 110? Okay, so the new money that was just announced and right before Christmas was around space expansion and basically capital expansion for spaces, so repurposing space for new development. So that money is separate out of the CWELC budget. However, with increased spaces will come increased program funding to support those space expansions. And Janine is shaking her head as nodding yes, so I am saying the right thing. So yes, so they're two separate pots, and if you could look at one as an operating programming funding and one as a capital space enhancement funding.
Thanks for not only answering my question, but also kind of asking it for me in a way that sounded smart. But that's the answer. That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to Victoria Manor and the need for a new home, which is an age-old argument in this council chamber, goes back more than a decade. Thank God we haven't built it. Anyway, my question is more, the government is committing to opening more beds province-wide, and their common theme right now is actually against privatization of old age homes. So my question is, are we looking in the future at building an additional home, not a new replacement home, but more municipal beds? Is there anything in the coming down the pipe, I guess?
I'll start. So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Yeo. I have not been a part of any of those conversations at this point, or that information has not been shared. As CAO Taylor mentioned, we're just in the throes of doing kind of the capital planning review to just understand what our facility would look like and need for the future. I do not believe that there's been a capacity or a service capacity planning analysis due based on the demand or utilization of long-term care within the city and or surrounding areas. That would be something that would definitely deem necessarily an increase to homes based on the aging population and the increased demands we may need over a 20 or 30 year period. That work, as far as I know, has not been done to support or augment a new capital project.
I thank you. I'm just expecting something to pop up out of nowhere any day now, so. No, okay, thank you.
I mean, we're still trying to achieve 4 hours of care, so. All right, anything more on human services? That portfolio? Everybody's questions are answered okay? If so, we'll move on to Public Works, which is tab 12 and runs from page 145 to page 161. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm on page 150.1. Again, operating materials and supplies, I seen across the board pretty massive increases. But the answer to my question goes, the largest factor for 2023 increase is fuel, but we have a separate line item for fuel. So is there other fuel charges in operating materials and supplies?
Sorry, through you to the councillor. The utilities and fuels is just that. It's utilities. It's furnace fuel and oil for heating. It's not fuel for vehicles. So it is in that materials and supplies number.
Okay, can go on to another page or hold here?
Sure.
I had lots of questions, but most of my answers satisfactory. 151.1 page on grounds maintenance. Contracted services gone from $2,500 to $88,000, but the answer here is we used to receive internal support from parks for summer grounds maintenance and winter maintenance performed by fleet staff. So now you've now contracted it out. But I turn to community services. If Director Shanks can kind of elaborate why we don't have a corresponding $88,000 reduction on his side now that he's not doing the summer grounds maintenance for Public Works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We haven't been able to reduce the park staff because the number of parks within the city and within Lindsay have increased. So it's basically a reallocation of those staff to maintain other parks. So Logie Park was further developed since this time. There's other parks across the city. So while it's a reduction in the service that we provide to fleet, it's a reallocation of the existing staff that we have to provide the services to what we would consider to be the more public style of parks.
Director Shanks should be a politician. That's a good answer. Thank you.
He's been a politician for a long time. Moving on. Are there any other questions on the Public Works Department budget for 2023? Yeah, yeah, we will. Going once? Oh, Councillor Yo.
Just a curiosity question through you. When is our waste contract due?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the waste contract's currently in place until 2027.
Not for this term of council, thankfully. Anything else? Last chance? Okay. Seeing nothing else, that completes the questions and going through the sections for the operating budget. I will ask you once again, does anybody have any other questions on the operating budget at this time? Okay. Seeing none.
So before you go to decision units, you need to receive the Q&A, and there's still a couple of pieces here if you want me to clarify the reserves.
Okay.
And the other.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, and just for clarification, because it's in council packages, there was a couple of other attachments or listing. It's 9.1B and 9.1C. They actually were an extension of the Q&A for operating. 9.1B is a listing of budgets, actual 2018 to budgeted 22-23, just for general background for you. The other item, though, was questions and answers that were received from you with respect to the reserves section of the budget. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if there was any clarifications on those, but that was the concluding sort of Q&A for operating budget.
So we're looking at 9.1C. Correct. If anybody wants more clarification or aren't satisfied with the answers they received. Councillor Ashmore.
Good. Just a question through you to Director Shanks. I asked about the parkland in lieu, in this case Emily Township, and I'm sure there's other municipalities, former municipalities, that have parkland in lieu reserves. In order to, lack of better words, tap into this or access these funds, maybe that's a question through you, to Mr. CAO. Would a member of council bring a memo to council to ask for some of these funds being used? For example, I'll give an example, the Emily Fund, if a very small fraction of it goes to a subdivision who wants to, they want to help fundraise, but they'd like to have some seed money for playground equipment or something like that. That's been sitting there since prior to 2000. Prior to amalgamation, in this example here, this is why I asked parkland in lieu, it's $113,000. It's been there and it should stay there for the geographical township of Emily. And I'm sure there's, like I said, there's other townships and towns and villages that have parkland in lieu and should stay in that geographical area. So what is the protocol, I guess my question is, to access these funds if they're requested?
CAO. Director Shanks.
Through you, Your Worship, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. And I'm sure that Ms. Daines might want to expand on my answer a little bit. So basically, as we bring forward our capital budgets, the various reserve funds that exist are reviewed to some degree by the home-based department, but also by our finance and corporate assets group as well, to see if there are any reserve funds that can be utilized for this. In specific to these style of previous municipality parkland reserves, the desire has always been that we need to find a way to spend those balances in a good way. So as we bring capital projects forward, that's why you will see that many of them are no longer in existence, because we've spent the money on those specific parklands in those previous municipalities. So it already happens to a degree throughout the budget process. In regards to this one specifically, there's very few actual parkland properties that are designated as parklands within Emily Township. So because we don't have any major capital projects coming forward in relation to parks in that previous municipality, the intent here, and this is where I'll let Ms. Dane speak to it, is use the balance of these reserves to cover off the operating funds as it relates to other properties within that previous municipal jurisdiction. And I know within the answer it talks about Birch Point Park and it's a potential use, so it's not all the money's being spent there. So Birch Point Park is on the east side of Pigeon Lake. There's a playground in that park. The replacement of that playground is actually through the capital project for playground structure rehabilitation that council previously approved. We will use some of these funds to other operating enhancements of that property, as well as right across the bay on Maryland Court is a boat launch. So we'll be using some of these funds for that. The Emily Tract, so our forest property known as Emily Tract, is going to receive some of these funds as well for signage, trail improvements within that tract and the parking lot area. So we're going to use these funds towards operating costs that are truly operating in relation to the parks in that previous municipality. But Ms. Daines might want to add to that if she feels free.
Through you to the councillor, actually, Craig pretty well summed it up. There actually is only one former municipal parkland in lieu left after this budget. It's the parkland in lieu for ops, and there's $20,000 in it. These funds have been around since 2020. So we are, if we get the opportunity to use them, then we're going to use them. And now all of the parkland in lieu is citywide. So there's nothing specific to municipalities or to former municipalities going forward.
Should Councillor Ashmore bring something forward, would there be a possibility, or are all the funds spoken for at this time?
Through you to the councillor, sorry, Craig. The parkland in lieu Emily is a zero balance at the end of if this budget passes. The Bexley Reserve is being used for parkland in Bexley. So there wouldn't be any funds available in Emily, but he could, I don't know if there'd be any appetite to use the city parkland in lieu, because technically that's what we've been working with since 2020. It's all been citywide.
So you heard that about the projects that the money's going to, and they sound worthwhile and certainly all in the area. You are quite welcome to bring a memo forward asking for a playground and talk to the treasurer about possible funding sources.
Yeah, I'll do that in a future date. And I'm fine with the Birch Point Park, Emily Tract. The previous council, we discussed this, and I think it was, I can't remember now, but I think it was voted down that we were going to put all these reserves that were specified for previous municipalities into one big pot, but that didn't really go over too good with some of the communities. So this is what I'm not really in favor of, because you've lost what a community had, in this case Emily, or ops too. So I just don't think it's a good trend to put everything into one, to amalgamate all the parkland that was specifically set aside by that municipality at the time for their needs. And there's growing communities in the areas. But I think, yeah, we can't, I don't know how, I didn't think that all of this was spoken for, this 113,000. I thought it was just a part of it, but I'm just talking about maybe 10% of it. I'm just talking a very small part of it that I could, citizens there were looking at a possible little project. But I guess what I'm asking is, and maybe you've answered it there, that I could bring forward a memo. We could consider it then.
So if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you are correct. The goal is to consolidate these into a general parkland reserve that would be applied to all parkland eligible projects citywide. We're actually, in this budget is a great example of that, where there were specific ones, rather than just simply amalgamating them all at once, where they were eligible in those respective communities, we're exhausting them sort of through those years. So I think the treasurer was suggesting that we're almost at the end of that, what I'll call consolidation, but essentially we're spending out on the individual community ones and going solely to a consolidated citywide parkland reserve for future projects. So that would be the funding source if you had an eligible project that council was considering in a future budget year.
That's fine, thanks. But my concern is down the road. For example, are we going to be looking at amalgamating legacy funds? I mean, I don't think Lindsay should stay the same. Bob Cajun, Fenelon Falls. I think Woodville has a bit left. I certainly wouldn't be in favor of amalgamating those into one. Are we looking at that in the future? Because this is starting a trend of putting everything into one pool, of pooling. Or they're going to be left?
I think this is a one-time shot, and it's a carryover from, in some cases, prior to amalgamation, that they sat there, and now, I mean, what you heard just before, where the money was going to be used, it's all going to be used in that Emily area, so it's being used where it's supposed to.
Okay, I'm fine, thanks.
Good. Are there any other questions on that, those supplemental questions on reserves? Seeing none, could I have a motion that the question and answer document for the proposed 2023 operating budget and for reserves be received? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Yeo. Discussion? All in favor? That's passed. We're now going to move on to the decision units. And the first decision unit we have is from the Ross Memorial Hospital. They made a pitch to us, and you see on the document before you, 9.2, a decision unit for $4 million. Councillor Smeaton, you wish to do something on that decision unit?
Anyway, thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'll just read number 3, the number 3 staff option, and then I'm going to make a motion towards it. The number 3 option here was that this council could choose to fund a one-time contribution. The previous council funded $1 million from the 2021 operating budget surplus. This council could match that funding through the anticipated 2022 operating budget surplus. So I'd like to make a motion to allocate $1 million to the Ross Memorial Hospital, with the understanding that this year's opportunity for the city to support are not guaranteed in future years. Next year's budget may reflect different circumstances altogether, but this allocation shows our unwavering support for a facility that is absolutely outstanding. And it goes without saying that this cornerstone of the city will always be in our peripheral as we consider future budgets.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Perry. Did you want to speak to some more to it?
No, thanks. I feel good with that, and I know there's perhaps some other sentiments other people would perhaps like to tell.
Councillor Perry?
Just very briefly again, perhaps for the treasurer, Mayor, the surplus right now is that $3 million figure that you quoted earlier, just because we have other asks in the hopper as well. Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm put a lot of thought through this. And Ross Memorial Hospital, I mean, yes, I want to support it, but in a different way. Put a lot of emphasis on growth of the city, that they need monies to anticipate future growth. So it's also provincial entity hospitals. It's not really, in my mind, a municipal responsibility. So my thought is development charges. New pays for new. So we get average $40,000 per household in development fees. Why not add 5% of that? Say $2,000. We're going to build 7,500 units over the next 10 years. That comes out to $15 million. We could deliver $1.5 million average per year to the Ross Memorial Hospital that way.
I think if we get Mr. Found to weigh in on this, you may find that hospitals aren't eligible to receive DC funds.
We can't, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you're exactly right, Mr. Mayor. The Development Charges Act explicitly prohibits the use of development charges to finance hospitals.
Another act I have to change. Because, you know, we have soft, I call it soft infrastructure, it's the hospitals, our family doctors. How are we going to, you know, we have growth, we have to pay for that somehow.
Councillor Smeaton, I'll get back to you for sum up. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I echo what Councillor Joyce said. Yesterday there was a huge announcement and about healthcare in this country, $196 billion. Just doing some of the maths here, that's $46 billion over the next 10 years that the federal government is going to be transferring to the provinces and territories. So Ontario makes up, just doing some math here, Ontario makes up 40% of the population of this country. So 46 billion at 40% is 18.4 billion. If you divide that into 10 years, that's $1.84 billion. If the $1.8 billion is divided by 140 hospitals, which we have in Ontario, a lot of those hospitals are teaching hospitals, that's 13 million per hospital. I know Ross Memorial Hospital is a medium-sized hospital, like 160 beds, I think it is. There's no question in this community, it's a top-notch facility, and everybody here has had family members or visitors that have been to the Ross Memorial. We've had, my wife and I had 4 babies born there. We've had our children, one of our sons, his life was saved there, 2 of them, by the great doctors. And there's no disputing that, excellent care. It's just, the hospital does have a foundation which does an excellent job. I was on the hospital board for 3 years. And this hospital foundation does an awesome job. I certainly gave my donation not too long ago. Individuals give their donations and corporations as well. I just when I asked for, I'm not speaking against this motion, but and I'm glad it's not the full 4.1 million because we can't really afford that right now if we could stretch it out. However, we need to, if we're going to partner with the hospital, we need to have them tell us what their reserves are right now, what their financial position is. I asked for that, but I haven't seen it, but I know that they have an extensive, okay, all right, portfolio of real estate holdings that, you know, maybe they should look at that, and maybe we don't have to keep buying houses all the time. We could put that towards, you know, money towards doctors that need to be in the emergency ward, and that's what really would help people instead of waiting for 10 hours. I mean, that's not just the Ross Memorial, it's not their help, not their fault, but we really need to get to hear more. Like, we have them coming in asking for all this money, and it's an important institution, but we have to really, you know, to be fair to the taxpayers, we have to really analyze this and see whether, you know, if there's a way we can, if they can maybe improve their budgeting, maybe that would be helpful to help us to sell this, but when I was referencing this Canada Healthcare funding deal, we're going to be getting a tremendous amount of money, and I'm just wondering, has the hospital looked into that? They're going to be receiving funding. Last year, when the hospital came in and received the $1 million, that was supposed to be due for the next 10 years, but I'm just wondering what's changed. But anyways, I'm just putting that out there. I mean, I support the hospital, and we all do. There's no question about it. But well, we have to be able to afford this and make it sustainable financially in the next decade, let alone the next few years.
Thank you. Go to Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I'm going to support the motion on the table regarding the $1 million this year. You know, the deputants came to council and they clearly outlined that these are the critical needs that the hospital needs that aren't covered through provincial funding. And they've been able to add those services with the advanced scanners and the MRI machine and the new information system. So it's allowing them to do more quicker for our residents when it's called upon. So I just think as you know, representing our residents and providing, you know, more to our hospital is a benefit for everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I remember many years ago where we put $10 million and we put it on the tax bill, but that was quite the move then. As Deputy Mayor has said, this is going to MRI machine and things that are not covered by the province. So I think this is something that we need to step up and support them. So I hope everybody will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gill.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. 100% I support the motion for $1 million. 100% I'm frustrated that we have to donate $1 million to the hospital. Over 50 cents of every tax dollar in this country goes to medical industry. Not to mention the lottery corporation funding and billions of dollars in that end that goes towards the medical industry. And don't get me wrong, they're there for a reason, but nothing in the industry that I can see on the news every night, nobody's happy. There's never enough, and it's just a vicious cycle. It keeps going around and around. It's going to come to the point, and there's going to be a tipping point, and it's already started in the accusations of privatization and stuff in the province of Ontario. We're just not going to be able to afford it, so I hope the debate over $1 million can prop a couple of people's ears open. Probably won't, but they can start having a look at the entire industry and start streamlining and being accountable for all their money, because it is just I wouldn't be far off saying it's almost $1 trillion industry that needs a little more oversight, in my opinion, but happy to donate the $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joyce for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a plan B. I'm in full support of the hospital, but my preference is to take a step back and have a plan, as opposed to $1 million Band-Aid solution. That's the wrong term. I shouldn't have said that. I look at my job here as a councillor. Half of it is looking after for the region, and the other half are my constituents in Ward 4. And for $1 million, I'd like to do a referendum. Now, what do my constituents want? And I don't have time for that. So it's very difficult for me to answer and support this if my 8,000 constituents the majority would disagree. Maybe they would agree. I just don't have the answer to that question. So another thought here is we have a 1.5% tax levy towards roads. Why don't we look into a long-term plan to support our hospital? Another tax levy, 0.5%, 1%, get the community involved. I think they'd actually go for it. And we'd have long-term support for our hospital, funded appropriately, channeled. Well, that's my thought. I want to support the hospital, but I can't support this particular motion. I'd like to do a long-term plan of support, because it's not going to end. So let's have a plan.
Thank you. I will tell you, when I first got on council, we were at the tail end of a levy that went for 10 years at $1 million a year for Ross Memorial. People weren't happy about it. They, for the same reasons that have been articulated here, that it is a provincial responsibility. Why am I getting dinged for it? I will tell you that I'll support this motion, and one of the reasons I'll support the motion is because we're not taking it from reserves, and we're not taking it from the taxpayer. In a way, we're taking it from the taxpayer because we're taking it from a surplus. But that surplus was put there by the taxpayers, but it's not going to directly impact them because it's an already done deal. So I'm quite happy to support it. We're doing it for 1 year. You're absolutely right. We need a plan. We're not sure what what kind of surpluses we're going to have going forward, and we probably won't be able to do $1 million again. This is probably our last opportunity to do it, and I think the hospital's in a position where it's hurting, and I think that it behooves us to use the surplus to pay this $1 million because it's good for all our citizens, because everybody at one time or another is probably going to have to use this hospital. And I think if the provincial government isn't going to step up, we have to take the responsibility to look after our own citizens. So that's my take on it. I'm not saying it's everybody's take, but that's my take on it. So, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Healthcare is a public good and a public service, and on that short list of publicly funded services, having worked with the Ross as a partner in my past life in family healthcare here locally, I know they plan, they advocate with the province, and in terms of it being a local public good, at least I found in Ward 3 during the campaign, while it isn't necessarily a municipal issue, probably ranking third or fourth of what I heard at the doorstep was healthcare, improving access locally, working to have a better healthcare, higher quality, and also family doctors falls into that as well. But I think there definitely is, from what I heard, public sentiment there. And I'm quite confident, and we can ask the Ross as well, to continue that advocacy that this is a provincial jurisdiction, and the province needs to step up as well, as we may soon see. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I like the councillor's idea of having a plan. I think we need to have a plan going forward because our demographics are really changing. You know, the baby boomers, which some of us are, we're aging, and we're such a big group of people, and that's a big use on our healthcare services. So going forward, yes, we need to have a plan, and I think we need to have a plan for frontline healthcare, like more nurse practitioners and that sort of thing also. But I will definitely support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Smeaton to sum up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I had a lot of the same questions Councillor Ashmore did, so I set up an appointment with the CFO. And I had a great over an hour meeting with Paul Truscott, the Ross Memorial CFO, and saw the books. I wanted to see some numbers too, and he walked me through everything. And he confirmed something that I think certainly was behind a lot of the reason for my motion. I wanted to be sure, and now and he confirmed that, in fact, I think there's a bit of a misconception sometimes. And I would just like to remind people the capital portion of the budget for the hospital is not provincially funded. The operations is. So the list that people are looking for perhaps as to what the plan, I agree 100% that we need a plan. But part of that plan is available to us if you'd like to ask the hospital what it is they need the money for. They have a nice itemized list for you of capital items. So it's really not a Band-Aid for a nebulous concept, number one. Number two, even within the operations budget, not all of that is provincially funded. So for example, anything that the hospital can generate revenue from is not supported by the province. So that includes your snow plowing for a parking lot, because you could charge people to park, which also includes the lights for the parking lot, and on and on. I'm not here to educate, just sharing the research that I did and confirmation that I have so that people are aware. I did put the thought behind this, and I do see where this $1 million will be going. And I think Mr. Truscott would confirm that this $1 million will help their capital budget needs significantly. Thanks.
Thank you. That was sum up, so you don't get to talk anymore. No. Sorry? Well, I'm sure the press will be waiting afterwards. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Warren.
Deputy Mayor Richardson?
In favor.
Councillor Warren? In favor. Councillor Joyce?
Mayor Elmsley's sage advice swung me over to be in favor.
In favor? Councillor McDonald is absent. Councillor Perry?
In favor.
Councillor Yeo?
In favor?
Councillor Smeaton?
In favor.
Councillor Ashmore?
In favor.
Mayor Elmsley?
In favor. That's very nice that it's unanimous. I'm pleased about that, and I'm sure the Ross will be pleased as well. Going forward, we have some other decision units here, and this is probably, I don't know, I'm going to get the CAO or the treasurer to correct me if I'm wrong, but the last council made a motion that we create a fund much like the beautification fund or the 50-50 fund, that agencies and others could come forward and apply to. And so I believe that fund is going to be set up. So it would mean that we aren't going to have to look at decision units with the budget from places like the old jail museum or the art gallery or some of these other places, because they'll be able to apply to, I'm going to use the word foundation, I don't know if that's a good word or not, and then it would be judged and it would come to council as to whether they wanted to fund it or not. So I'll ask the CAO to clarify, or maybe Ms. Daines.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. There's actually a council commitment that came through the last term through the cultural master plan. And in that overall plan, one of the deliverables is an operating grant fund program for arts and cultural groups. So it's specific to that industry, if you will, or that group. Didn't get to that set of recommendations to the former council based on sort of pandemic and just resources. We are proposing to bring that recommendation or set of recommendations to you later this year, so that you'll have an opportunity to consider for 2024 budget and beyond if you wanted to establish some sort of a grant program to fund local arts and culture operating issues. And it would be likely a application-based type program. During the pandemic, there was a couple of relief task forces that were created. One was for 2 years running, some pandemic relief funding, similar to what I'm describing here, for arts and culture groups. And it was one-time applications for 2 of the pandemic years. So kind of building off of that model, and then based on what you've heard from individual groups this year and the former council had heard previously, that's why staff will be bringing forward some options for you. At this time, though, we don't have an active program, either like during the pandemic or otherwise, to fund operating relief for these groups in 2023. So that's why the decision units are brought forward as described. And you sort of have options to either create another program, await the sort of funding model for consideration, and then you can decide how you wish to operate in future years. Or you can grant all or a portion of the requests that were made to you through the budget process. So that's essentially what's described in the decision unit.
Thank you. Ms. Daines, did you wish to add anything?
No, I think that pretty well sums it up. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, did you have a comment, question?
Question. Later on in the decision units, there's mention of the Empower Pandemic Recovery Reserve, but I don't see how much is left in that reserve right now. How much is in there?
Did you need an answer for that now or when we get there?
Actually, I like it now because it could form where I'm going in this point too.
Ms. Daines?
The Empower Committee was provided $1 million in the 2021 surplus report, and we have spent about $50,000 of that, but there are plans on the books as well. So I don't know if Ron would like to expand on that, but currently we have $950,000 left of that $1 million.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will confirm, although spending is low, there are a number of commitments in that, and it's based on a number of changes to our spaces, to our technology, and so on. So I would not suggest that there's $950,000 available. Later in the decision units, we did describe there was one pilot project that was established during the pandemic, and we suggested that the remaining uncommitted funds from Empower could potentially fund that particular chamber initiative for another year, which I believe, again, it's later in the item, but $60,000. That was a pilot project for 2 years that we're recommending do it for 1 more year and then make it permanent in subsequent years in the budget. So that kind of helps. I don't have an exact, but I would suggest it's probably a couple $100,000 left that's uncommitted, but likely will get committed based on all of the sort of shifts and changes to sort of post-pandemic.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'd like to see this come to fruition in 2024, yes, but I'd also like to see something happen this year for the arts and culture, but I also would like to lump in the 4 chambers of commerce in the city of Kawartha Lakes in with the arts and culture, because they are truly ambassadors that do economic development and arts and cultural work for the city on behalf of the city and on behalf of the public. So so I'd like to make a resolution, I guess, that we actually put in a budget item of $200,000 for this year as a start. One time, and then we can look at 2024, as you said, in a budgetary way. But I'd like to make the resolution for $200,000 this year that people, chambers, everybody can apply to for operating funds. And if I get a seconder, that'd be great.
Do you have a funding source for that?
The general tax rate.
Would you consider taking it from the 2022 budget surplus?
I would, and $60,000 of that is coming up in the budget. But that's for a separate thing. So yeah, I would, from the surplus would be fine. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Warren, did you want to speak to it some more, Councillor Yeo, or was that it?
Just briefly. Like I know 2024. I'm looking forward to that, and I can't wait to see it. But that leaves them kind of up in the air for 2023. And like I said, I think arts, culture, and I think the chambers of commerce, who are true ambassadors, all deserve a shot at a hand up, not a hand out, a hand up, and helping them truly be part of the draw to the city of Kawartha Lakes. And that's what they do. They draw people here, they keep people here, and they go a long way into making us look good. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Councillor Warren?
Just briefly, yes, the chambers of commerce do great things, and they bring revenue to us, so anything we can do to help them would be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I'm just asking for a little bit of clarification at this time. Just so 200,000's like for all the rest of the ask for this year, or is it just the one?
Well, that's what I'm asking for now based on what I see before me. So we're still going to go through this list, so you can do whatever you want with that list.
Okay.
But to me, this is a starting point because the rest we're speaking towards 2024. But right now, out of the surplus, I'd like to, I guess, start the bidding at $200,000.
All right, that's, but we're still going to go through each one separate. Okay.
CAO.
It may be just through you, Mr. Mayor, as well. So we're just asking for general clarification. So the current decision unit, the next one is funding for the Kawartha Arts Gallery as requested sort of through that deputation. So is the suggestion that that request or a portion thereof in year would form part of that $200,000 fund? Or is this a completely separate and distinct? Okay, so that would be my first question. The answered second question would then be, is it still applicable to arts and culture groups? I heard chambers. Because my comment previously was we're bringing forward recommendations for annual operating funding for arts and culture groups. And there'll be a benchmark set for that. If the $200,000 that's proposed is for any arts and culture groups, then you could deal with these current requests for the gallery and the jail museum through that. Or you're creating a program separate and distinct. So I'm just looking for clarification on that side. And then I guess lastly, the chambers I appreciate, and there's probably other groups and business organizations that may look for operating relief in future years. The intent this year was to support an ongoing pilot project for the tourism season for all 4 chambers in the city, $15,000 per chamber. And it was to essentially do work that would otherwise be done by us through economic development. So tourism, outreach, and so on. So that's the future decision unit or the later decision unit for the $60,000. So just looking for clarification where these would fall and what we would be directed to do for that other $200,000 fund. So in my wee little mind, we have some stuff, you're absolutely correct, coming up for the museum, for the jail. And that's fine, let's make a decision on those. Maybe we're gonna do something separate and distinct because they came to council and they asked for it. For years, the Chambers of Commerce have been asking for help because they do so much for the city of Kawartha Lakes, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to set up a base fund to help organizations such as the 4 chambers in the city of Kawartha Lakes. But what the other organizations that didn't come to council and didn't ask for a hand up or hand out, depending on which way they presented, I'm thinking of the Kirkfield and District Historical Society, which does so much for the city of Kawartha Lakes. I'm thinking of the Maryborough Lodge in Felon Falls that does so much, and I'm thinking of all these other little places that struggle, and sure, we help them with the rent here or the hydro bill there, but there's every once in a while where they need that little push, and they're stuffing with Mimi, I know, and organizations, and so this $200,000 to start a base fund, and whether that base fund goes and becomes the 2024 program you're talking about, it's separate and distinct from the upcoming ask that you have after coming up here, and it's just to get the ball rolling, and we have the surplus, and we're going to give it back to the people who are helping us.
Councillor, would you consider changing the motion slightly to allocating $200,000 and having a report come back from staff on what the fund could be used for, including Chambers of Commerce and perhaps BIA and other community groups who may be in need, rather than tying it to arts and culture and chambers. And just let staff come back to us with some kind of a report that says, you've allocated 200,000 for this year, and this is what we're going to call it, and this is what it's going to be allocated for, and we can debate it at that time. And then we can go, we can look at the other funding that we're talking about for Arts and Cultures Group as a separate entity.
Yes, because, and what I don't want to see is a rehash of all the staff reports I've seen over the years that all end with the same line, that we don't support operating. And that's what I'm looking for, is a chance for this council to turn the page on a caveman way of thinking. And it's time to realize that with all the inflationary pressures and everything going on in this world, like, yeah, we gotta help these guys with some operating. So yeah, I guess I will say, here's $200,000, bring a back report on how we can help all these organizations with a little bit of operating. Yes.
Okay. Do you need anything, Madam Clerk, for the motion? And you're fine with that, Councillor Warren?
Yes, I am. I think that's the hardest thing to raise for these community groups, is operating for insurance and such. So I think this is a really good resolution, and I look forward to a report back from staff.
Great. So I have some speakers here. Councillor Joyce.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You actually took a lot of my thunder out there, because I had two problems with that. Is $200,000. Well, what are the parameters to apply for it? There's no parameters. It's just going to be a hornet's nest. So we're going to put it back to staff. Good. The other thing is, I believe there should be a distinct separation between tourism and culture. The Butter Tart Trail is tourism. A museum is culture. And they have to be, they don't, no, listen to me, okay? The Butter Tart, creating Butter Tarts is a business. And I'm not saying we shouldn't support business, but it should be distinct and separate. Supporting culture is really good business. Statistically, it's out there. When you support culture, people come. That's part of it. There's a gray area here. You can call them tourists coming to visit, and they will spend money locally. So it's simply good business to support our culture in Kawartha Lakes. But we need a plan, and I didn't know we had a cultural master plan. That's great, so that's coming. So I'm in full support of that. When the plan comes out, yes, we've got to put some funding there, because again, it's just simply good business. And that's really wanted to say. I wasn't going to support the 200,000 because it wasn't defined, but now it is. So,
thank you, Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I also fully support Chamber of Commerce and all the things mentioned. I'm just a little confused, and I'm worried things are getting quite convoluted here. And so I have a small request, and that is just, could we go in order of decision units? I asked specifically this week, I called you to see if, because it was my first capital budget ever, and I specifically asked, is there any potential for decision units to present themselves at the table that are not on the page? And the answer was that absolutely will not happen. So I'm not saying that is happening. It is listed as number 6 possibly, and I would fully support Mr. Yo's hearing the motion again when we arrive at that time. But because number 2 is on the table, I'm worried that right now we're creating a new decision unit, and I was told that's not possible.
You're partially correct.
So, and I think it's all going to work itself out. Oh, sure. I just want to go on.
I was asked the question is, are you going to be able to take decision units on the fly? And I said, no.
Right.
We're doing the decision units that are there. But I'll hang my hat on recommended total one-time funding in 2023 for all eligible groups not to exceed $200,000. I'm taking it that you read that and that's where it's coming from. And so I'm fine with it because it is written But it is, what we've done is take a motion and change it, but we're still going to consider the other ones.
Okay. And that's the clarification I need. I just wanted to make sure, because I heard Chamber of Commerce being brought into this, and it's listed as number 6, and so it's a little bit, that's great. That was the clarification I needed. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Perry.
I think after Councillor Smeaton's remarks, if it's going to come up again, I'll delay my comments.
Well, you're going to get it back again because there's a report coming back. What we're doing is allocating money and putting it into a reserve or something, and when the report comes back, then we'll see who's going to be eligible to apply for it, and we can talk to it at that stage.
Okay, in that case, just briefly, I think it's, I was weary of creating programs on the fly because I know from past lives that it can be very complex, who's in, who's out, inclusion criteria, all those good things. I would echo Councillor Yo's sentiment, though, that we make sure that this is actually accessible to groups, that there isn't a 12-page application process, that we do so in the spirit of providing the funds, rather than what could happen is, I've seen before, how are ways that we don't make these funds available because they're so burdensome to apply for, including with the reporting structure. So I would just like to provide that direction as this report is created. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton for a second time.
Well, since I can see now where Councillor Yo's motion's going, I think I now need to tie in Councillor Joyce. Sorry to do this, but it's important. I know the cultural master plan intimately, so I'm very, very happy to, and you're never going to meet a bigger arts advocate than me. You can ask anyone in this city. So I'm all for where this may be going. I don't want someone who did a presentation and had an ask of $50,000 for this year to not be getting her $50,000 possibly, or at least hearing, well, wait a minute, I got buried in a whole arts and culture. There is no, to Councillor Joyce's point, arts and culture need to be defined if we're going to actually pass a motion that says a 1 year, where is it, blah, 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 blah. Bottom line? No. Yeah, but it doesn't say, there's an arts, here, first line. Thank you though. Fund a 1-year transitional operating grant funding program for arts and culture organizations. If we're passing a motion like that, I think we need to be really specific. I'm going to be getting a lot of phone calls, and I'll agree with every one of them when they say, so am I arts and culture? We have a gentleman at the table who says this is, this isn't. What seems obvious to Councillor Warren might not be obvious to me. Some things I think we all know are obvious, what's arts and what's culture. But frankly, I hate to do this because I thought this one was relatively cut and dry, but I might consider tabling this until we get an actual definition of what arts and culture is if we're going to pass a motion saying $200,000, everybody can bid on their percentage of it if you're in arts and culture, and we haven't even defined which organizations those are.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay, so
what we're saying is $200,000, there's a fund there.
Yeah.
We wanted to fund, help fund chambers and other organizations, not defined as arts and culture.
Right.
And that staff will come back with a report suggesting who may be eligible and how you apply for the fund.
And this brings me back to, since this is my second time and my only last time to speak, this brings me back to my initial point. I really think if we stuck to the agenda, this would be a lot clearer. And maybe we did, and I'm just confused. But number 2 is an ask from the Kawartha Arts Gallery.
And we'll get there.
Okay.
Councillor Yo, do you want to sum up?
Sorry for being so confusing, but I thought I better jump in there, and I'm fully prepared to turn the page on this one and go to where Mr. Smeaton wants to go. Thank you.
Do you want to read the motion? No? No. We'll just have to bring it back.
That council recommends a $200,000 one time for 2023, funded by the 2022 surplus. So there's a program. And that it be referred to staff to bring back a report for the criteria of the program by the end of second quarter.
Good with that, Counselor? We'll clean it up when.
Yeah, and the one-time is the one-time funding this year, but I'd like the report to speak to future years, right?
Yes.
That's the intent.
Yeah. I just have one question. Who should do the report, CAO? Okay, it'll just be referred to staff and we'll get a report back. All in favor? And that passes. Now we'll move on to item 2, which was the Kawartha Arts Gallery. Request from the Kawartha Arts Gallery was for $225,000 over 3 years, with a $50,000 payout in 2023. Is there any motion? Deputy Mayor?
Can I ask one question for clarification first? My understanding is when they came to do their presentation, it was based on that 3-year term. Because of that, it would make them eligible, qualify them for additional funding. Am I right to assume that? So if we only fund the first year for them, does that take back their eligibility to continue getting the additional funding? I don't know if the CAO can provide clarification.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure I can answer it accurately. I think they asked for a 3-year commitment so that they had some assurance for operations for the next 3 years. The budget in front of you is for this year only anyways. So if you were to make a decision today, you might be committing longer term, but you're really just committing in this year's budget. So you can always revisit it in the subsequent year budget, but I would break it out in this year's request.
Because we're going to be back in about 6 or 7 months. So, we could do it then.
No, I recognize that. And it was just that whole sustainability funding that I remember that stuck out in my mind when they were doing the presentation. So at this time, I would move to do the first year funding at $50,000 out of the budget surplus.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Yo? Do you want to speak to it? Councillor Yo, you want to speak to it?
No, I think it's self-explanatory. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand the sentiment here for the 1 year. I just know that, does this not put them back in the cap in hand position that they were trying? I know Deputy Mayor is sensitive to this, that they asked, they were coming here to get out of in the first place. And it's kind of, robbing Peter to pay Paul, coming every year, not being able to plan or have a sustained presence. And I would just put that to council's consideration.
Well, there is 2 things, I think. We are going to be creating a separate fund that people can apply to. Plus, we have Councillor Yo's $200,000 where they may be able to apply. So we're setting up things in the future where instead of coming cap in hand, they will be able to apply.
And I think, knowing the arts and culture sector, it's that always having to apply that creates the instability and the difficult on longer term engagement and outputs for us here locally.
Well, I think in terms of fiduciary responsibility and taxpayers' dollars, that's the only way we can operate. We can't just give a blanket amount and let it go. And any future council can kill anything we do. So I would say this motion is a good motion and will help them out immeasurably.
Right, and just to follow on that then, Mayor, we're all well aware of the fiduciary duty involved here. I don't think anyone's suggesting blank checks or spending, if I could say, willy-nilly. There is a request that's been costed and put before us. And, again, trying to move away, as Councillor Yo had intimated earlier, from an operational, hand to mouth, then, I want to make sure that we that we go with that is. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if the councillor might be willing to consider amending the motion in line with what Councillor Perry say in the $50,000 each year of 3. I just wonder if showing the Kawartha Arts Gallery that we are willing to listen to her underlying request was, I just want to see a 3-year commitment from this city to this building. I don't know that the numbers, well, I'm sure the numbers matter to Susan, of course, and I get that. We could talk about that, but the motion's already been made, and at least a 3-year commitment with a addition that they are still allowed to apply to the pool. So we're saying as a city, you know what, that Kawartha Arts Gallery matters. It matters a lot. They've done a lot of work. We'll give you 50 each year for 3 years, and you're allowed to apply to the pool as well.
So you're asking for a friendly?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor?
And you know I'm going to take that friendly.
Councillor Hill?
Yeah, that's fine. And what's happening with their, okay, no, that's fine, I'll take it, yeah.
So it's 1 year, we're giving them 50,000, and then you're committing to finding them 50,000 in the next 2 years. Okay. Councillor Joyce.
Well, you had my support until you amended the motion. How many cultural places do we have in Kawartha Lakes? Does anybody know a rough number? Hundreds. So how many of them are going to be, well, how come I didn't get my share that the art gallery got? I'm okay with giving them the 50,000 this year to keep them going, but they got to wait for the cultural master plan and apply for it like everybody else. There'll be parameters there. I'm sure they'll qualify and get money. Maybe they'll get more than they asked for. Let's get to a plan that everybody has access to, all these cultural places that deserve it, and fund it properly. And again, got back to good business. So that's my thought there. So it's just, yes, 1 year for 50,000 is where I'm going, but I can't go further than that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you on sum up. Anybody else? Oh, sorry, you didn't make the motion. Go ahead.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, you know as well as I do that of all those other groups, I know they are. I'll say this publicly. I'm quite confident that many of those groups, and I've spoken to them ahead of time because they've seen this, are going to see the status of the city standing up for the first one that came to council and said, this is what we're asking for. This will become a barometer of things to come in terms of people who stand behind the arts. There will be some who will call and say, why not us? The answer to that is, and I think we all need to learn the cultural master plan's origins as well. This has been on the table for a while. The cultural master plan, this is finally achieving a point now, whereas the CAO said there's going to be a municipal performance-based grant program, so that's in place. That's not going anywhere because of a $50,000 allocation in year 2 and year 3. This just announces publicly in the press that the city of Kawartha Lakes has said to somebody who applied for a grant each year to say, yeah, we actually will swing into that municipal angle where we say, yeah, we're gonna fund that for 3 years. I could be wrong. I'm not a complete fool. I know there will be people saying, "Oh man, what about us?" But that "what about us" will come into the cultural master plan as well. If anything, it's just going to expedite the cultural master plan getting finished. You're now going to get a lot of pressure from those groups to say, "Okay, so where's this cultural master plan? Let's finish it up and let's get it going." And it's an excellent master plan, and the work has been tirelessly done by great staff. So I don't know that this is going to be anything other than a little flashlight into the future of arts, frankly. And if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I think I think this is a good business move, frankly.
Thank you. Councillor Perry?
Yeah, just if I could, thank you, Mayor, just to dissent a little on, respectfully on Councillor Joyce's submission. We aren't picking associations out of a hat. We're not just drawing and picking blindly. The art gallery, we have a budget item in front of us based on who came to council, who did their homework, who came and made an ask. We have a formal ask in front of us, and I think the responsible thing to do is consider the ask, move on it. Everyone is welcome to come to council at budget time, in addition to the other means that Councillor Smeaton has so articulately identified.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, just hang on a sec. CAO, did you have something you wanted to say?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think so maybe two clarifications. Number one is in the notes, one of the funding options for these and other decision units is the surplus. I do want to caution that that's still not verified, number one. We've already committed almost $2 of the $3 million through other decisions. I would just suggest that the remainder should really go back to our general reserves for this year's expenditures. We've talked about, inflation and increasing costs overall. And so just to manage this year's budget, that's just a general caution. The other was specific about the sort of 3-year commitment. And the question was asked about cultural groups. The cultural master plan really focused on, I think Councillor Perry sort of said this too, we know who they are. There's about 13 groups that are really that fundamental arts and culture organizations. But I do think it's important to bring forward to you the overall sort of scope and scale of the operating deficiencies in those respective groups, because again, you will be potentially creating a multi-year program or a permanent program. It's not going to be cheap. It just isn't. And so I think, in order to do it properly, you would be committing to sort of in my mind, a fairly big number. And so by committing multi-year today, you are already, in essence, committing next year that program will include the art gallery for this additional cost. So again, more just for clarification, just want to make sure that there was understanding of that.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, and through you to the CAO and to council. And I appreciate the expensive and how expensive it's going to be, but I'm sure when staff formulates the report back to us, these things aren't going to come with just a blank check. You're not just going to walk up and say, okay, I need $50,000. I think it's going to be tied to percentages like the 50-50 fund. We'll fund you some operating funds, but it's going to be on a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split. You're going to put up a bulk of operating funds to get operating funds. So we're going to hold those entities and those cultural people and even those chambers of commerce on the other side. We're going to hold all these people to the fire and say, this isn't a freebie. You're going to have to do the work as you always have. We're just going to give you a little bit of help. So, thank you.
You already spoke twice. Just once?
You only spoke once.
Okay.
Me, also known as you. I would just emphasize the point that this is an investment as well. And perhaps as Council Yule also said in his initial intervention, we turn this into a new council, turning a chapter on not just being able to fund operational, but looking at some more sustainable funding models moving forward.
Gil, did you? Sure.
I thought you did, so thank you. Through you. Well, I'm certainly not going to reverse the friendly at this time because my whole premise was the fact that we needed to look at some sustainable funding for eligibility for this group. So as of right now, I still want to move ahead with the $50,000 coming out of the surplus and look for the next 2 years at the $50,000 as well.
Gil, that was sum up, so all in favor? And that passes. We now move on to the Old Jail Museum, and they have a request for funding in the amount of $250,000. And who wants to do something? Councillor Joyce.
I think it's a fantastic museum. I love that museum. And I think they should get more money, and I think they should wait till the Cultural Master Plan comes out and apply then. And so I move that they wait.
Okay, let's see if we get a seconder. Councillor Ashmore, you're seconding. Did you want to speak to it?
I'm just coming back to, you got to have a plan, and just as opposed to just throwing out money. Yes, they came to council and they made a great presentation, but I worry about our other 12 cultural community centers. It's got to be fair with parameters that staff have come forward with. I'd love to see this myself, and I fully support a very, a large fund with a plan to support our cultural institutions in Kawartha Lakes, but not in this willy-nilly kind of fashion. That's
Councillor Ashmore, do you want to second?
Yes, similar sentiments, the mover. Everything, it does hinge on the cultural master plan. I know we're waiting for it to be completed, and hopefully it'll be done soon, but I brought up the idea of philanthropy, even on a smaller scale. I do give them credit for coming, and they worked hard, and they volunteer, and that's what it was before. It was a volunteer position, but they really need to, just hang in there until we get this master plan approved, and then, but in the meantime, they really, we have a really good deal for them there. They pay rent-free there. To keep working and trying to get funding, for their organization, they just have to do it. I just don't think it's quite the right time right now.
Gill, Councillor Gill.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, maybe I missed something, but I thought we had a city cultural master plan that recommended the setting up. I think it's already passed. We already got that last term of council. And it recommended that we set up a fund to help these people. And so that fund, the CAO just told us, is going to be ready to go, and parameters and everything for next year's budget in 2024. So we're dealing with these asks in front of us for this year to get them through this year to look into next year being funded as part of the program. So I'm not going to support the motion that's currently on the floor, because I believe there's an opportunity for us to do exactly what we just did with the museum or with the art gallery, and fund these people for probably not their 250, but fund them for this year, get them to next year, and for an amount not to exceed $200,000. It's all there in front of us there, so I won't support the motion on the floor. But as far as the master plan, it's done, and it's on the shelf right now.
Councillor Smeaton.
One thing that I only have one little thing to add there, and that is that going through this museum as often as I have, being in Ward 5, and some comments that were made when we were dealing with the capital budget, these people are working tremendously hard to keep something going. There's no doubt about that. And I think that, the fact that the cultural master plan is opening the door for an opportunity for them to apply further will be welcome news. One thing that I wondered, if we were to give them funds, which is what I would have been in support of, but is just some sort of an indication that schools are going, maybe perhaps an update on the budget from them monthly that come to council, just to show us. Barbara was very, very convinced that they're generating revenue and that people are going through the museum. And for me, I just wondered if there's some way of whatever it is we do offer them through this motion, if there could be something that shows us to help them in November, say, you know what, you had 6 schools through, and perhaps this is the wrong time for that, I don't know, but I think we need to give them a hand more than just financially, and offer them the tool to say, hey, listen, we've had Parkview in, King Albert in, they come regularly, here's the teachers' reports back, they said it was fantastic, here's the amount of people that came in during the summer. Kind of to Councillor Joyce's point, some sort of an actual plan that says to us, here is what the jail does. So for the next budget, we're not hearing words like willy-nilly or other things that I've just heard. So some sort of an itemized, proof that this is what they want us to see it as.
Before you do that, you have to defeat this motion. Or withdraw it, if whichever they want. But we'll hear from Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I'm in the same alignment as, we've seen progress when it comes to the museum. And I think at this time, I think the $250,000 is a hefty ask. So is there any way that we could, and that was for multiple positions, was it not? What if we're able to at least provide, after the motion is defeated, if so, at least fund one of those positions at half the ask at $125,000 to help them get through this year, and then allows them to be eligible and sustainable in 2024. Just an option.
Well, let's deal with the motion on the floor, and then you can make a new motion if it is defeated. I got Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I won't support what's on the table. I like the idea of a transitional amount of money to help them through. It was a well thought out ask, and I don't think it was really willy-nilly at all. They have really made the museum come to life. So when everything's said and done, then we can go forward. But I think a transitional amount of money would be the way to go. So I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Through you, I guess the CAO, just a question, and I apologize if I'm not 100% on this, but I had thought that the city's cultural master plan was getting an update, and that's what we were waiting for, an update on the master plan, but we're saying now that it's all done, it's all completed 100%. I just wanted to get clarification on that if I could.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the cultural master plan is completed, and it's sort of a framework, a guide for culture and heritage planning for several years. Currently, there's a cultural center feasibility study that is going into phase 2. I believe that's the distinction that you're talking about. And then to Councillor Yo's previous comments, that master plan spelled out a number of other initiatives or considerations ongoing, one of them being the operating funding for certain agencies. And that's what we're bringing forward later this year.
Because the museum, they've rebranded themselves as the Kawartha Lakes Museum. So will they be looking after all the museums now, or is that, because that's what they're called? Well, I mean, they changed their name, and I'm not, like, I know they're working hard there, but I'm a bit confused here as to whether everything's going to be under that umbrella, or the other Maryborough Lodge and Kirkfield and all the other ones, they're just as important, you know, in the whole scheme of things. Are they going to be under this whole umbrella now, or you know, how's that going to work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, none of the museums that you know of have changed locally. There's a number of them. They make up that 13 number, but there's other organizations that I mentioned previously. The group next door simply renamed themselves as the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Archives. And to use their words, it's to recognize that their collection is citywide and that they function as a museum and have a collection that was managed formerly through the named Historical Society, Victoria County Historical Society. So it's simply a renaming, but it's the same group programming. So it would not be taking over jurisdiction of any other museums that are active.
Councillor Joyce, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make more motions because apparently when you make them, you get the last word. So, and I regret my use of willy-nilly. I apologize. What I meant was, in respect to the museum, that they made a submission, but other groups did not. That's what I really meant by that. Is, you know, if we had gone out, hey, would you like to make a submission to all 13? I bet you all 13 would make a submission. We have a level, fair playing field that we would then consider. That's what I meant about that. I was willing to support the $50,000 for the art gallery because in their presentation, the whole feeling I got there that they needed that to keep the lights on. The museum, this is an enhancement. And that's why I put the motion forward that just wait a year. So that's my sum. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Motion fails. Is there another motion?
Thank you, and through you. At this time, I would like to move ahead and fund at $125,000 to help the museum and archives get through the 2023 year, as I do recognize the city's cultural master plan is moving forward with recommendations at the end of 2024 when it comes to more informed budget decisions.
What's your funding source?
It will be the surplus.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Smeaton. Did you have any more to say?
No, I think that we've went around the table a few times just
Okay.
on the pros and cons.
Councillor Smeaton, did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor? And that passes. The next decision units are for the Lindsay BIA, and number 4 is requesting increasing of the parking budget from $40,000 to $70,000 for expanded parking services. Who wants to speak to Councillor Smeaton?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a note from Councillor McDonald, as previously discussed. Would now be the time to read that? Okay, so this is Councillor McDonald's sentiments. History. I held the position of chair of the BIA for years. We were involved in decision-making of the removal of the parking meters. Parking meters were at the end of the life cycle and was going to cost over $300,000 to replace or go to pay and display. With many discussions, council voted to remove meters and not to replace. The city also tried one pay and display in the parking lot by the Cat and Fiddle, but it was unsuccessful. In the past, the city retained security companies for parking control in the downtown. It was found to be very expensive and very unprofessional for the public and visitors. So in 2018, the BIA was asked to do a pilot program for 2 years to take the parking control over. This job entailed walking the streets 5 days a week, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. all year round in all kinds of weather, which at that time, bylaw was not capable of doing. Parking is at 90% capacity daily. Since the pilot program was initiated, they've done a great job patrolling, keeping stats, which helped the downtown parking strategy project. This was conducted by a consulting firm who supplied the city with recommendations. The BIA provided a lot of data for that study. The BIA does much more. Clean and clear property standards, consult with the city for traffic lane designations, crosswalks, signal signs, accessibility, parking spaces, and much more. Based on this demand, this is a very minimal cost to the city to provide a great service for our downtown. I would like to make a motion. At this stage of is there some wording I need to say, like I'm proxy for, because this isn't my motion?
No, you are making the motion.
Okay, and so I can't read the following then. Is that correct? Mr. McDonald at this point would like to make a motion.
That's right. You can make his motion, but it'll be your motion.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable doing that, and he knows that. So there's the background information that was provided.
The other information you may need to know, which is in your report, is if this was to go on the tax levy, it is area rated to Lindsay. So it's not on the general tax levy. It would be area rated to Lindsay.
You could area rate it, but it's not currently an area rated service.
Well, we could area rate it. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Without making the motion, I'd like to request the councillor read what Councillor McDonald had in mind for the record. Thank you.
He would like to have made a motion to grant the increase to the BIA needs to enforce and keep all data for the city to help with the parking strategy for the future of our downtown for a 2-year term and then revisit it at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm looking in the reserves, and I thought we used to have a parking reserve. Do we have a parking reserve? Not anymore? So it'd be a
For
stretch.
each of the councillor, no, we don't have a parking reserve.
Okay, so it'd be a stretch to call a parkland reserve, parking reserve.
I think Mr. Shanks would object.
All right, I'll move the motion that Mr. McDonald put in just for discussion. Thank you.
And your funding source?
Would be the
Tax rate?
The area tax rate.
You want it area rated?
Yep.
Councillor Ashmore seconding it. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Young?
I think it's a good motion, and I guess one question I have right now is, what we spend on parking is not area rated? Is it general levy right now, or is parking in Lindsay all area rated at this point in time?
Ms. Daines?
Through you to the councillor. No, it is not area rated. It's in the parking budget, which is in the clerk's budget, where the bylaw budget sits as well. So it is funded under the general tax levy. And I don't know how you could area rate it. You would have to put it in parks. That's about the only Lindsay area rating we have. So I'm just not sure how it would be area rated.
You could put it in fire.
Well, my motion, and I thought parking was general rated, so, but my motion is Mr. McDonald's motion, and the motion includes area rating it, so that would be for somebody beyond my pay grade to figure out. Thank you.
And Councillor Ashmore, you're okay, you seconded that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think when council took out the old meters, that was a great move, and we didn't replace it with pay and display, because that would not go over good. I've seen that in several other towns similar size to Lindsay, and I don't think that would be it wouldn't have been a good move, and I'm glad we never went that way. So the BIA is doing a great job, and I think we need to support them on this.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Just looking for a bit of clarification, if I could. So currently, we're sitting at we're 40,000 for this year, already allocated, right? And that's with the committed funding for the Downtown Ambassador Program, correct?
Yep.
So if they're asking for that additional 30,000 on top of the 40 that we've given them, and I'm just reading the recommendation, but a service level review should occur before we grant another $30,000, because we're already funding this year, but we haven't proven what the parameters of that program is going to be. Just a thought out there.
Councillor Joyce.
I'd like to defer this to the next meeting if we can. I'd like to hear directly from Councillor McDonald on this.
I don't think we can, if we do that, we can't pass the budget.
Okay.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So usually the BIA puts up half and the city puts up half for beautification and whatever. Is that the same criteria? That it used to be that way. I'm not sure if it is. It was a kind of 50-50 thing. The BIA would put up so much for beautification and things like this, and then the city would kick in the other half.
Through you, Mr.
Director
Mayor,
Shanks?
to the council, you're looking at me. BIA is not my area, but the way the BIA program works, coming from town of Lindsay previously, it's 50% funded through the tax rate, 50% funded through the agreement provided by council. So it really has nothing to do with a beautification program or anything like that. It's just the way the program is set up. It is 50-50 between municipal funds and tax funds raised by members of the BIA, which fall within the geographic boundaries that make up the Lindsay DBIA.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I guess a question is that, are they putting up half through this? No, then I can't support.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So no, this is a separate stream of funding. It's actually funded through the municipal law enforcement budget operating. $40,000 currently. I think it was increased slightly last year, $240 from about 35 or 32. So the request is to increase that solely to focus on this community liaison program that was established. And it was meant to fund a staff person at the BIA that was delivering multiple services downtown. The concern from staff's perspective is, quite frankly, that this is migrating to employment that we would be doing or running as a service. And so we were asking for some information or business plan or sort of what is the expanded service. And that's where it's not clear at this time, not sure, other than the listing currently says that they would fund a parking control officer independently and a community liaison officer for that combined $70,000. And I'm not sure that it meets sort of the intent of the original program, but that's essentially what I understand they're asking for here.
I know other areas of the city would love to have a local bylaw person walking around and doing things, so I can't support this. Thank you.
You can start a BIA in Bob Cajun. Councillor Ashmore.
I think we should be supporting the town of Lindsay. I mean, it's a huge economic driver, and those hundreds of businesses that are downtown, they need our support, and not only them, their employees that are there. I mean, how can you not support it?
Councillor Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, through you. I guess I'm still struggling is we're not really clear on what the expanded service is for what we're paying for. So at this time, I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, and I'm glad I made the motion for discussion because it's clear that we don't know what we're talking about. So I'm not going to support the motion either, but I would call the vote. Thank you.
So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion fails. Does anybody have a motion, or do they want us to move on and it not be funded? They continue to get their funding at $40,000 a year. Is that okay? So we'll move on to item 5, which is requesting increase of beautification budget from $45,000 to $65,000, as they're now responsible for a larger area and to provide beautification services. And I will say that if we don't support this, then we're going to have to do it. So, somebody want to make a motion? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. And what would be the funding source? Parkland Reserve, or I guess that's not Parkland though. It's downtown. I just wanted to see what Craig looks like behind me. I don't know.
It's from their levy.
The tax levy.
Tax levy.
From the tax levy, not their
Yeah.
levy.
Yeah.
Right, okay. No, I'll make the motion to be from the tax levy. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
For you, the area is expanding, so they should be able to fund their 50% of the beautification, so that's why I can support this. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and again, just for clarification, this is a staff-initiated decision unit. We're bringing it forward because the area that they'll be managing and maintaining is outside of the BIA boundary. So they can't levy BIA funds. It's outside or on the fringe, I'll say, surrounding it. So it's a number of gardens and spaces based on recent road improvements and beautification outside of the boundary. They've kindly agreed to expand, though, that work beyond what they currently do within their area, which is why the funding is solely sort of from the city standpoint. It's not offset by BIA levy.
So we'd have to pay for it anyway. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, right? So if we do this, if we don't do this, we'd have to do it anyway, is what you're saying. Thank you.
Director Shanks, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I believe the actual increase would be 30,000. They requested 45,000 last year. They only get 35,000 through the Community Partnership Development Fund. The additional 10,000, I believe, was funded through the MLEL budget last year through a surplus that they had. So those monies, my understanding, are not there. So in fact, the increase is, while they requested 45, they only received 35 through that fund. So therefore, it's an additional 30,000 increase. So I just want to be clear that we're talking 30 instead of 20.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this is a good example of showing support for the BIA ahead of time as well. And I just want to say, Councillor McDonald and I, both being on the BIA Board 5, Ward 7, we have frequent chats, and one of them recently was with Wes Found. And I think it's just so they know they're fully supported. They really do understand that the city is supportive. The issue, the difference between this and the previous ask is very simple. It even says within their ask that a service level review should occur before any funding is committed to. And that was something that just, we're looking at chicken and egg, and it was some more clarification needed ahead of time for the, around the table. But this one is great, and it expands that beautification project that is used from the levy. We're now going to see that kind of an idea expanding through the city in different spots. So this is a great one for me.
Thank you. Councillor Warren for a second time.
Not to be nitpicky, but other areas in the city, a lot of them get grants, but a lot of the areas raise money through the Chamber of Commerce or other funding models to get their beautification done. So just a heads up on that.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Same point as Councillor Warren, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Sorry, I just need, I'm trying to follow this. I need clarification, please, on the motion and where the funding source is coming from, and current funding, and they want an extra 30. What's the current?
The current funding is 35,000. They got 45,000 because they got money from another source that had a surplus of $10,000. So they thought they had 45,000 and they were asking for 20, but it's really 35,000 asking for 30, and the ask is 30, and staff is supportive of the 30 because if the BIA doesn't take on the beautification of the area, then City of Kawartha Lakes will have to.
Thank you.
Councillor Yeo, you want to sum up?
Yeah, briefly. It's a matter of who's paying for it, and at the end of the day, the taxpayer's paying for it, whether City of Kawartha Lakes staff does it or the BIA does it while they do the rest of their stuff inside their borders. So in my mind, since they're doing the downtown anyway, they can do the peripheral area around their downtown probably at a more cost-effective and bulk order purchasing kind of way, and so the fundings all go in the same place. So hope you'll support the motion.
Thank you. Just a confirmation from the mover and seconder, you're moving 30,000, not 20,000, correct? Yes. Councillor Warren? Councillor Warren? Sure. Thank you. All in favor? And that passes. Last but not least, we have a staff recommendation for funding of Chambers of Commerce. Now, Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, I'd move that this $60,000 be re-upped again this year. It's a wonderful program for the Chambers of Commerce last year, and the funding is from the Empower Pandemic Recovery Reserve, which we've already heard has the money available, so I think it's very worthwhile and would move it.
Seconder is Councillor Perry. Do you want to speak to it, or that's it? Councillor Perry.
I'm fine. I think it speaks for itself.
Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor? That passes. Okay, folks, we're down to the nitty-gritty here. I need a motion that the 2023, well, before we do that, Ms. Daines, can you tell us where we sit with tax increase, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay, through you or to you, we would be, like the 30,000 isn't inconsequential, but it would probably be about a 3.0001% increase.
Thank you. So the motion would be that the 2023 operating budget for the City of Kawartha Lakes be approved as amended. Can I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. You wish to speak to it? Councillor Smeaton? Anybody else want to weigh in before we vote? Last chance. All those in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much. I need a confirming bylaw. Bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting of February 28, 2023. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much.